keep crawling. And it's just like a old friend. Coming up, yeah, I know them. You're just the same as I used to know. Always playing games in the strangest ways. You come and go, 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 just like before. I should've known, I should've known. You reminded me of home. I'm just walking down that road. It's in the blood and bone. Yeah, I know them. Locked up in the driveway. Locked up cause it's stolen. Not looking for problems. One look and I'm all in. It's late in the morning. 5 fall down and I can keep crawling. And it's just like a old friend. Coming up, yeah, I know them. Locked up in the driveway. Locked up cause it's stolen. Not looking for problems. One look and I'm all in. It's late in the morning. 5 fall down and I can keep crawling. I got a couple old friends. I swear I'm trying to make amends. Forget the years I haven't been, and we can ride around again like before, making up our own laws. I got a couple old friends. Yeah. And it's just like a old friend. Coming up, yeah, I know them. Locked up in the driveway. Locked up cause it's stolen. Not looking for problems. One look and I'm all in. It's late in the morning. 5 fall down and I can keep calling. And it's just like a old friend. Coming up, yeah, I know them. Locked up in the driveway. Locked up cause it's stolen. Not looking for problems. One look and I'm all in. It's late in the morning. 5 fall down and I can keep crawling.
I run for the bus sting. While riding, I'm thinking of us sting. And I'm saying that same before you. Oh, yes, I am. Through my coffee rain time, I'm saying a little bit for you. Oh, yes, I am. Forever and ever in my heart.
Mikrofonunuzu açar mısınız?
Good morning to you and good morning to you. We are all in our places with bright smiley faces, and I say good morning to you. Good morning to you, everybody. I hope you are all keeping healthy, fine and well. It's a great pleasure to have so many of you along for this first UES Virtual ELT Summit. I'm just looking at the number of participants as you come in, and I'm just staggered by how many of you have taken the time this weekend to be with us from all parts, all corners of Turkey, and perhaps overseas too. In fact, let's just do a quick chat roulette. So I'm just going to open my chat box here, if I can find it. Oh, where is the chat box? I can't find the chat box. Aha. Okay. Let me just find the chat box here. Ah, there's the chat box. Good morning, everybody. Eventually it came. I don't know what the problem was then.
Hi, Steve hocam. There are three dots. Share screen.
I have it
to
now.
Share screen. Then you have three dots. Click on it. You can see the chat window then.
Okay. Sorry about this, guys. A slight technical problem. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is well. Let's start again. I'm joining you here from Istanbul. So I'm just going to put Istanbul in the chat box here. So I'm joining you from Istanbul. Could you just type in the chat box there where you're joining us from here in Turkey? I can see lots of you from different places: Bursa var, Kuşadası, Samsun, Hatay, Gaziantep. We're so honored to have so many of you joining this session with us today. I think we would all agree that over the last few months, it's been an exhausting and a grueling time for all of us, not only in education, but actually all of us everywhere. But we've decided to host this event today and tomorrow, this two-day fest, really to really give you, well, firstly, to connect with you all again, because it seems really difficult these days to keep that ongoing contact. But more importantly, really, and something which is befitting of now, especially after the ministry announcement the other day, that we will now go back to full-time online teaching again. So really this event really today and tomorrow is to bring professionals who are working in ELT, not only in Turkey, but also globally as well. I think it's important for us here to learn about what others are doing in different places around the world. But as well as that, as I said, we also have lots of former teachers and trainers offering concurrent workshops here as well today. So let's just jump into the schedule. But before we do, I'd just like to start with this quotation, really. This is one of my favorite quotations in English language teaching by friend Scott Hayden. And he says that teachers have three loves. They have a love of learning, they have a love of learners, and that third love is how we can fuse or kind of bring those two loves together. And this is, I think, why we're here today, to pick up some more ideas, to pick up a few more techniques, or maybe teaching and learning strategies, so that we can take away and we can apply them with our own learners from Monday next week. I can also see that we have lots of visitors from outside of Turkey, from various places around the world as well, which is a great pleasure to see so many of you with us today. So let me just show you the two-day program then. You can see it's action-packed with both plenary sessions and also concurrent workshops. So for today, we have 3 plenary sessions in this room, and then we have 2 breakout sessions with 3 concurrent workshops happening at the same time. And I will help to guide you through the day for you. So this is the schedule here for today. And then here is the schedule for tomorrow. We're finishing a little bit shorter, a little bit earlier, sorry, tomorrow, and we will finish with the eagerly awaited raffle, which happens from about 3:15 at the finish tomorrow evening, tomorrow afternoon. Firstly, I would just like to thank all of our sponsors that have contributed and been so enthusiastic and passionate about supporting this event. So huge thank you to Richmond ELT Publishing, a massive thank you to Macmillan Education, a massive thank you to Helbling English. Thanks always to Black Cat, and also a huge thanks and big kisses to our friends at Highlights. So we have 3 plenary talks for you today. Adrian will be starting in a few minutes. And then later today, we also have Nikki Hockley and also dear friend to UES, Russell Stannard. But there are also 2 lots of concurrent workshops for you. So the first one is scheduled for 11:20 this morning with 3 of my dear colleagues, former teachers and teachers now. So we have Ali Ashuri, Duygu Erdogan, and also Sam Whittam. And then later on this afternoon, after lunch from 2:30 onwards, we also have a second round of concurrent workshops with colleague again, Amir, dear friend to UES, Ozge Hoja, and also our colleague at Highlights, Will Gordon. It's been a huge job arranging this event. This is the first time that we have done this as a virtual ELT summit, and it's represented lots of challenges to us, but a huge thanks and huge big kisses to all of the UES team who have played a huge part in making this event happen. In fact, some of the key colleagues you won't be able to see on the photo, as they've joined us since this was taken back in January of this year. So a huge shout out to Pinash, who is sat by me here. A huge thanks to Kadir for helping build the website. Huge thanks for Selçuk for his technical expertise. And also a huge thanks to colleagues Gursu and other colleagues in the graphic team to help put all of the beautiful design work together today. And most importantly, a huge thanks to all of you out there joining this session on this weekend. We hope that there'll be lots of benefit from this event. But I think we should always concede that every session that's going to be delivered today, we're going to have quite a lot of teachers in the room, which is possibly unnatural, an unnatural setting compared to your own teaching context, where you possibly have 15 or 20 students. So I would always be mindful of that every ideas and strategies and techniques that will be presented and shared with you over this weekend, we always need to start thinking about how maybe we can tailor or adapt or customize these to your own context. It's very difficult in an online setting like this to really build positive interactivity, but we're going to try our best. As I said, the chat box is open all the time, and we also have the Q&A, which is open as well. And if you have any questions that come to you during any of the sessions, put them in the Q&A and we'll deal with them at the end of the sessions today. Of course, we will be sending over to all of you e-certificates from this event today. So you'll receive an e-certificate for the plenary sessions that you'll be attending, and you can see that certificate on the left-hand side there from all of the plenary sessions. And then also as well, when you attend the concurrent sessions for today and for tomorrow, we will also send over certificates for those concurrent sessions as well. Please give us a few days after the event to get these to you. We will put your names, surnames on the certificate to make it personal to you. And of course, there is a raffle tomorrow, a huge raffle, an eagerly awaited raffle. This will take place from about 3:30 tomorrow. There's 10 wonderful prizes which will be revealed tomorrow. I can't tell you any more than that for now. There is one sticking point. You must be in attendance for the last plenary session tomorrow, which is actually mine. Although it's not a plenary session, it's a session to really bring the summit to a close. But you must be in attendance for that session. I think that's the only way I can guarantee getting enough people interested to join. And then lastly, good luck with the raffle and all the best for every session and for your participation and for joining us this weekend. I'm just going to hand over now to Kenan Oz, who is the general manager and the captain of the UES ship. And I'm going to invite Kenan Bey just to say a few words before we start with Adrian.
Okay.
Here you go, Kenan.
Merhaba Steve. Geliyor mu sesim?
Evet.
Steve herkese teşekkür etti. Asıl büyük teşekkürü kendisi hak ediyor. Çok çok teşekkür ederiz kendisine. Böyle bir projeyle geldiğinde kısa bir zaman vardı ve hepimiz oldukça kötü bir dönemden geçiyorduk. Ve bunun her öğretmenimiz için çok değerli olacağı kanaatine ekip olarak vardık. Çok kısa bir zamanda sınırsız eğitim hizmetleri olarak yine sınırsızlığımızı göstermeye çalıştık. Tüm katkı veren arkadaşlarımıza, tüm yayıncılarımıza ben de çok çok teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Onlar çok kısa bir sürede organize oldular ve en büyük desteği verdiler. Steve'in kaptanlığında ve öneriminde kısa bir süre içinde yine nasıl bir ekip olduğumuzu gösterdiğimizi düşünüyorum. Umarım sizler için de, tüm öğretmenlerim için de çok güzel 2 gün olur. Fazlasıyla her şeyi hak eden bir grubuz. Fazlasıyla her şeyi hak eden bir grupla da çalışıyoruz. Öğretmenlerimizle çalışıyoruz. Benim için her şeyiyle değerli olan bir grupla çalışıyoruz. Babam öğretmen, eşim öğretmen. Kendim böyle bir grubun içinden geliyorum. Umutsuzluğun olduğu yerde yokuz. Biz sınırsız eğitim hizmetleriyiz. Bu anlamda sınırsız eğitim hizmetleri ve yanındaki arkadaşlarıyla, bayileriyle, paydaşlarıyla Türkiye'nin hemen her yerinde sizlere hizmet etmeye çalışıyoruz. Gururla görüyorum ki dünyanın her yerinden katılım var. Sadece Türkiye'den değil, dünyanın her yerinden bu katılımı sağlıyoruz. Günü seçerken çok dikkatli olduk. Dikkatli olmaya çalıştık. Bir ara dönem diye düşündüğümüz, tekrar yüz yüzeye döneceğimiz gün olarak düşündük. Ama bir de öğretmenler gününe en yakın gün olmasını özellikle arzu ettik. Çünkü bütün kazanımlarımızı, bütün duygularımızı, bütün her şeyimizi siz öğretmenlerden alıyoruz. Ve öğretmenlerimin tümünün Öğretmenler Günü'nün şimdiden kutlu olması, kutlu olsun diyorum. Öğretmenler Günü'nü en güzel günlerle, en iyi şekilde önümüzdeki yıllarda yaşayalım diyelim. Bir teşekkür de teknolojik anlamda destek veren firmamıza, Vedubox'a, onlar da çok sağ olsunlar, onlar da çok büyük destek veriyorlar. Ama aynı şekilde teknik ekibimiz, Erhan Bey'in önderliğinde olan teknik ekibimiz sizlere çok güzel şeyler önümüzdeki dönemlerde de mutlaka ve mutlaka sunacaktır diye düşünüyorum. 2 gün iyi seyirler olsun ama yüz yüze, yan yana, kol kola olduğumuz günlerde en kısa sürede gelsin inşallah. Teşekkür ederim size.
Çok teşekkürler Kenan Bey. Çok teşekkür ederim. I'm receiving a few messages, people asking a little bit more about the raffle, of course. You can see on the image there on your screen, what's going to happen is in the last session tomorrow from 2:30, we will run a list in an Excel document of all attendees in that session. And then we're going to put all of the attendees' name on a spinning raffle wheel, a bit like the wheel that you can see on the right-hand side there. And then we will spin the wheel, and by chance, whoever the wheel lands on will be one of the raffle winners. I hope that's clear. But you have to be in attendance from 2:30 p.m. for that tomorrow. Okay, so let's make a start, guys. It's with great pleasure to invite Adrian Underhill to be a part of the Recharge Fest and to get us started this morning. I'm sure most of you to some degree have heard of Adrian Underhill, possibly through the many reference materials that he has produced, or perhaps through looking at some of his videos on YouTube. Adrian worked with us back in March in Madrid, where we held a small conference with Richmond, and we are delighted to have Adrian back to share his ideas and his experiences with us today. So Adrian is a trainer, he is a consultant, a writer and a speaker. He's a former president of IATEFL. He's written a series of a series editor for the Macmillan books for teachers, and he works with teachers and trainers incorporating natural human faculties such as intuition, playfulness and improvisation into the classroom. And he says here that all his adult life he's drunk tea and played jazz in local bars, but obviously as a result of the current circumstances that has changed a little bit now. So without further ado, everybody, I know it's difficult in a virtual conference, but I'd all like you to put your virtual hands together to welcome Adrian Underhill along for the first session this morning. So Adrian, are you there and ready to go? Adrian? Okay. Adrian, after you. I've just released my screen sharing, so you're welcome to share your screen now. Thanks, Adrian.
Right. Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here today. Thank you very much, Steve, for your warm introduction. As you say, we've been through a tough year, and I think it's great to be able to come together for this UES Bonanza Fest conference summit. So I'm very privileged to be here with you all. And it's a pleasure too to be amongst so many Turkish people, because Turkey is indeed one of my favorite countries, and I've spent many, many happy days visiting and staying in Turkey, and of course working with Turkish teachers, both in Turkey and outside. So it's a great pleasure, and thank you very much, Steve. I like very much your quote from Scott Hayden, and I do agree with that. And the only thing I would add to that, I think that perhaps, learning, when we're learning, we become more ourselves. It's a fully a humanizing activity to be in the state of learning. I think we love to find ourselves in the state of learning. And it's a great privilege for all of us to be teachers, doing our best to bring that about. So, yes, as Steve said, it has been a really tough year. And we've all been helped by others who have found out especially about the technological stuff, and that's been a great help to me. But what I think is that, everything is so very uncertain for all of us, and that's part of the stress. And so to speak, as we say in English, all the cards are up in the air. That means everything that we knew is kind of up for grabs. The cards could land in any way, and almost certainly not in the way that they were in before. And in a way, this is stressful, of course, but it's also perhaps an opportunity. Perhaps there's a silver lining to this, because we are kind of forced to look at our teaching again, to reconstruct it. And, speaking for myself, not all of the old ways worked. So the positive here is that the cards may land differently, and maybe we can help them to land in the way that we would like. We have a chance to upgrade our teaching and to reconfigure it. So in this search for pleasure and success, I would like to propose a few thoughts to you today. And there are different ways, of course, of getting the cards to land differently. We will all have different wishes about that. But this particular session of mine now is about using this opportunity to include affect more in our teaching online, to use the online opportunity to help our teaching to be more affective, that is to say, to appeal to what's important to people, to help people find meaning in their learning, to help people feel successful, to help develop the self-esteem of our learners, and to help everyone that we work with to become fully functioning humans, which after all is the aim of education. So that is my aim. I'd like to share my screen here, and let's just see what happens. Here is, I think, my PowerPoint. And let me just have, please feel free to chat and stick stuff in the chat box as we go along. Let me just arrange these various bits on my screen. Okay. This is my kind of outline. I'm sorry, there we go, yeah. I have 4 areas to look at. The first is the technology, which I'm only going to spend a couple of minutes on because that is not my field, but there are 1 or 2 assumptions we need to make. The second is the title of this, which is Kitchen Table Teaching. And the third is growing the community, something you will have talked about, I'm sure. And I'm going to look at that from the point of view of affect, from that is to say, the humanistic and holistic side. which I think is the opportunity that online affords us. And the fourth is concerned with practical tips. So that's where we are. That's the plan. I'm going to start with that first bit because it's very quick. I'm not going to tell you anything about technology. I've learned a great deal about technology from other people, some of whom, in fact, you will be listening to during this conference. But this, since many of us are using Zoom, I think the language of Zoom is something very important. And this is an assumption that we have to start with. The very simple things like cameras off and mute and unmute and turn taking and how we're going to do turn taking and how we're going to do hand raising. The use of the chat box, of course, the speaker view, whether we're going to use annotation and the shared screen and those things. And even just getting our heads around those with our students, I think is the beginning of growing the new online community. Terribly important for everyone to feel secure in those. And at the same time, to know that not knowing is okay and being confused is okay. It's part of the human path to be confused and hopefully to become sometimes unconfused. So I'm going to, having said that, I'm going to jump straight in now at the second thing here, which is kitchen table teaching. And I'm assuming the kind of common shared language of Zoom that I've just referred to. So now let's look at kitchen table teaching. Well, actually, let me just go back there. You see down the bottom here, I put a little box. Could you name a pleasure or a problem about teaching online from home? Let's just see what, put it in the chat box. Any pleasure, any problem that comes to mind. A single pleasure, a single problem. And let's let those come through. Technical problems, pajamas, class management, yes. Connection, such a big issue, of course. Getting more tea, coffee, connection. It's not communicative. Losing connection. Connection, big issue here, isn't it? No eye contact. Frozen screens. They don't open the cameras. Yeah, that's right. That's it. A lot of connection, a lot of web tools, a lot of the technical stuff. And then, of course, the issues like it's slow, they don't open the camera, and lack of eye contact. It's difficult to read the room, isn't it? Okay, let me go on to the next screen now. And here I want to look at, what is kitchen table teaching? Well, let's just think about a kitchen table, not the teaching, just the table. At a kitchen table, when you're at home, you are in your place. You've got your flowers, your soup pots, your clutter, and your kettle. But you're in a place that is real, and it's a place where we live our lives. It's a place where we talk and laugh, and we talk about what matters, and we talk about trivial things, and we talk about serious things. This is the kitchen table. It may happen in the dining room or another room, but I'm using the term kitchen table. In fact, I'm not at my kitchen table right now. I'm next door. The kitchen fridge is too noisy. So the kitchen table is, it's our place. It's a place where we live. It's a live place. It's a place where we are ourselves. Now, what about teaching online? Well, when we teach online, of course, we share these spaces. We lose a classroom. It's quite true. We lose a classroom and everything that kind of looks like and feels like, and we gain a kitchen table or a dining room table or another table. And in a way, this is kind of less professional, and in a way, it's kind of more personal. Now, this is kind of pretty interesting. It's rather shocking, perhaps, but it's also interesting. The separation of public and private is blurred. Now, on the one hand, this is a threat, but on the other hand, could this be an advantage? This is the direction that I'm going in. So the idea of the kitchen table, then just tweaking that and saying, well, in that case, what could kitchen table teaching mean? For example, here's one teacher from Italy that I spoke to, and she said that at first she had her home head on rather than her super professional head, and that felt pretty strange. But then said she started to like the openness, the fact that people could see her kitchen cupboards and her fridge magnets and daughter's drawings and so on. Not everyone feels like that, of course. The fact is that the kitchen table is a strong setting. You know, it's different from a classroom. The benefits, well, I'm going to look at some of those, but I think that I am more myself, or I'm able to be. There's an invitation to be more myself. There's an invitation that students may be able to be more themselves. There's a possibility that we may be more relaxed, leaving aside, of course, the stress of the technology. There are also challenges. For example, people may feel it too sudden a change, or they may feel that it's an invasion of privacy, and so on. However, the kitchen table and kitchen table teaching has, I suggest, a potential for person-centered meaning. It has a potential for being ourselves in our place, in interaction with others, being themselves in their place. Around the kitchen table, we kind of co-construct conversations. Around the kitchen table, we speak from the heart. Is there something of that can flow over into our teaching, particularly now in all this chaos, that now that we are kind of reassessing our teaching and looking at how we may work there? And my question is this actually a game changer? Is it an opportunity to merge, you know, what we do, teaching, with an affective space afforded by the kitchen table? And yes, the kitchen table, as someone has said there, becomes the classroom, but not quite the same classroom as the concrete and desks classroom with the corridor outside that I have at school. At a kitchen table, we host people. And I sometimes wonder whether it is useful, and I think I find it beneficial, to think of hosting a lesson rather than teaching a lesson, or at least of being both at the same time, both teacher and host. What would it mean to see myself as a host of a lesson as opposed to as a teacher of a lesson? Question. What does affect mean to you in your teaching? It's a strange word. It's not so frequent in the English language, but I know it's frequent in many other languages. And there's no correct answers here. But I'm going to now look at affect, since that's part of the title. And question to you, no right answers. What does affect mean to you at the moment? Please type in any answers that come to mind. Affect means spark something, emotional connection, exactly that, yeah, exactly that. An emotional tie. Touching, yes, it is. It is. How are we internally touched by what we are doing to take care of the students and feelings, empathy, mood, emotions, resonance, student motivation, exactly all these things. It is, so to speak, the soft side of teaching, which is actually the hard side, because that is the side that affects everything else that happens. Things are only successful to the degree that people are affectively engaged. And yet we underrate this affective engagement, or at least we under-connect with it. Now, I love all these comments that are coming through too. Thank you very much. So I'm now going to go on to the next slide and just spend a moment on affect to remind ourselves what that is about. So here's the question: what is affect? Now, here's a little exercise which you have probably done before. Let me just find it. Here we are. Think of a teacher from your past, one who was a kind of favorite for you, who left a strong and positive impression. And the question is, what were their special qualities? Okay, it might be when you were a kid, when you were a teenager, maybe now when you're an adult. A teacher who has left a strong impression, a positive impression, perhaps even influenced your own teaching a little bit. What was it about them? Please just tap in to the chat box. Their empathy, good listener, being more than a teacher, caring about the students, creative, motivational attitude, able to communicate, humor, mutual understanding, caring, inspirational, creativity, enthusiasm, personal questions, understanding, helpful, supportive, enjoyable lesson, learner agency, and open-minded, sincerity. Now, this is very, very interesting what you're saying, and thank you for these comments. And what is so interesting about these comments is that they are person qualities, not method qualities. The things that have really touched us have been person rather than method. And yet, of course, as we know very well, most of our preparation and our training focuses on method. And now, and I'm suggesting, well, look, affect is something that we could bring back into the mix as we reassess our teaching online. So let me just move on. The affective domain is essentially about learners' felt experience, their feelings, their attitudes, their relationship, their personal meaning, and of course, their self-esteem. Now, I mentioned felt experience, and this is, what I'm saying is not new to you, but I think probably putting words on these things could be very helpful, especially at this time when we may be hoping to work in a more complete way online. The felt experience of the self is kind of how I feel about myself, how I see myself. The felt experience of the group is, do I feel accepted? Do I feel not excluded? Can I be me? Is it okay in this group to be me? And not to have to defend and not to have to pretend. Can I be who I am? And of course, the felt experience about power is, will I have a say in this group about what happens to me? The stuff that happens to me, do I have a say in it? Yeah, so these are just three crucial aspects of the total felt experience of being in a group. And just a tiny bit of history here. Benjamin Bloom, an American university professor, with colleagues around the world, over a period of 20 or 30 years, put together this thing called now Bloom's taxonomy, which really refers to 3 domains for educating the whole person. They are the cognitive, head stuff, affective, heart stuff, and psychomotor and sensory, if you like, body stuff, coordination, physical skills, and so on. And as we all know, the cognitive is kind of supreme in education, and teaching and testing revolves around that. And the affective has always had a bit of a struggle to get in the door. The claims for the affective side are very obvious, and nearly everyone agrees with them. The affective side can help develop the self-esteem of kids and adults. And this is absolutely crucial. It's the single most important moving part in education and indeed in personal development. But it's not just that what is said so frequently is that attending to the affect actually improves the cognitive outcomes. So if indeed education revolves around the cognitive, then we need to include the affective fully, since that is what unlocks the cognitive capacities. And indeed, not including the affective is what inhibits the cognitive capacities. This is really interesting. Now, most writers, educators, teachers, you and I agree that affect is essential. But, and you'll find this everywhere, writers all over the world saying it is important, but it is the least studied and the most overlooked. And why? Well, it's difficult to assess. Classroom time and content is designed for cognitive outcomes. And of course, affective roadblocks to learning, which are many, as we all know, are not really recognized by cognitive approaches, nor really solved by cognitive approaches. We need both. It's not either or, it's both. And if you ask teachers, if I ask you, what is it that kind of gets in the way of cognitive work, affective work in your class, you may say things like, well, the syllabus takes me in a cognitive direction. Classrooms are designed less for affective outcomes. I personally am too pressured, especially at the moment. The school culture is not a deeply affective culture. Of course, in some cases it may be, but in many cases it is not. Teachers may say affect was not a feature of my own school days. They may say the universities are cultures of cognitive knowledge rather than cultures of affective expertise. So there's just a little picture of what is affect. And my question to you, and please stick this in the chat box. Do you feel that affect gets squeezed out of your classes because of all the other things that you have to attend to? In other words, you're kind of aware that this is something that needs more attention, but because of the pressures, you can't do it. You can say yes or no, or you can say, why it is, how it is that you feel pressured in this way. Yes, sometimes, all the time, yes, totally. Sometimes, not at all. I'm keen on keeping it cool. Unfortunately, yes, mostly, sure. I feel like it's a case in state schools, less than ours comparatively. Okay, thank you. Now, let me just move on to the next. I mentioned self-esteem. Now, self-esteem is generally acknowledged as the single most effective predictor of progress. The single is the variable that affects most the outcomes that we will achieve, our self-esteem. It is the kind of single most important predictor of personal growth and education. Now, we owe much of this to Carl Rogers, and what he said was that too much school learning is from the neck up. In other words, it's cognitive stuff, and he was saying that it has insufficient relevance or personal meaning, and this leads to a sense of failure and low self-esteem. We're not interested, therefore we don't do well, therefore we feel badly about ourselves because we failed the tests, and so on and so on. We're not engaged. And now you remember a moment ago, you were tapping into the chat box the qualities of your best teacher. Well, it's interesting, isn't it, that these are personal qualities and rather method qualities. That's not to say the method isn't important, but it is to say that the personal qualities are terribly important. And now, what Carl Rogers said is that actually this is the case. And he said, and it's an astonishing thing, he said there are three personal qualities, three people qualities of the facilitator or parent or group leader or trainer, or coach, there are 3 qualities that are necessary and sufficient for the development of fully functioning humans, for the development of self-esteem. And when that self-esteem is there, the rest will follow. What are those 3 qualities? Well, 3 facilitator qualities which are necessary and sufficient. And they are these, and you already mentioned them in the chat box as we go. Empathy, which is, as we know, the ability to feel a student's feelings, to stand in their shoes. We can never do this 100%, but we can be on the way. We can be making the effort, and that touches people. Acceptance, which is simply about not judging, being in front of a person and listening to them without a sort of constant little sort of thing of judgment going on, or a feeling or a reaction, just listening to them as they are. It's called also positive regard, without conditions. In other words, I think okay of you without you having to earn that okayness. I'm not using my positive regard to manipulate you. I won't remove it when you do something I don't like. It's not a control mechanism, which is the catch. And we who are parents and we who are teachers and we who have been students know very well. And genuineness is the 3rd quality, which is terribly simple. Just be yourself. Don't pretend, don't defend, don't play a role. Don't even, and this is a kind of curious one, don't even play the role of teaching. Be yourself and teach, but you don't have to play a role to pretend anything. So those are 3 quite simple, but at the same time quite challenging qualities. And they're qualities that we all have and that we can all develop more. And I don't think it's not a question of being perfect at any of them, because we are humans. It's a question of being on the road of developing them while we are teaching. So those are the 3 key aspects of self-esteem. Now, what is self-esteem? Let's just have a quick look at that, because we all have a kind of sense of what it is, and you're welcome to stick stuff in the chat box there if you want to at the moment about what is self-esteem. But let me just give 5 different views of self-esteem. Essentially, it is about seeing myself and feeling okay about what I see. It is not about being perfect at all. There's nothing to do with that. It has to do with seeing myself as I am, more or less, not easy to do, but more or less, and feeling okay about what I see. I'm a person in progress. I'm not an angel. I'm a person in progress, and that's okay. So here are the 5 things. One is I have enough self-esteem to feel secure, to feel accepted, to feel loved, or if not loved, at least liked. And therefore I can take risks and participate. The second is that I feel I have I feel I have an identity, a genuineness, and I can grow my identity through being with people and interaction and feedback. I feel that I belong, and therefore I can develop relationship and reciprocate with other people to develop their relationship. I feel a sense of purpose. I kind of know where I'm going. Of course, I'll change it, but it means that I can feel success along the way. And the final one is competence. My self-talk is essentially positive rather than negative, and I can use mistakes and successes to learn. So there's just a little glimpse, a little mini catalogue, different little 5 little doorways. They all come to the same thing. They're all connected. But 5 doorways into thinking about self-esteem. And behind that, as one of the comments says, is of course a gradual knowing of ourselves and accepting of ourselves. So that's self-esteem. Here's a question. How can listening to students help raise their self-esteem? There are many things we can do. to raise self-esteem, and I'm sure that you are well aware of them. My question now concerns sort of facilitator skill number one, so to speak, which is listening. How can listening help to raise self-esteem? Everyone wants to be listened. I'm looking in the chat box now. They feel seen and heard. They feel respected and valued. They feel important. They can explain their feelings. They are heard. They find that they have meaning to us. They feel valued. Now, please keep putting those in. And I'm now going to move on to the next slide, which is about teachers listening. And I just want to make 4 little observations here, which you'll know about all this. And remember, I'm coming back to online in a moment, but all of this is angled to our online presence. And listening is certainly something that we can do even when we're not in the room, like we are. This is one side at the moment. I'm speaking and you're listening. Nevertheless, it's what we're doing, and we are miles apart physically. So here are 4 things that I personally find really very helpful. The first is open questions. I don't mean grammatical open questions. I mean the open questions of giving people space in which to answer. So could you say more about that? What are you thinking? Can you say it a different way? What else do you want to say? These are open questions. What happened next is a more closed question. So it's not a grammatical thing, this. It's the space that you leave the speaker in which to choose what they want to say. Closed questions are, of course, useful, but teachers tend to ask a lot of closed questions, and it keeps kind of shutting things down and limiting where people go. You're saying each closed question is saying, go this way, go this way, go this way. The more open the question, the more kind of conversational the whole thing becomes, the more we are able to take into account where the speaker, what's important to the speaker at that moment. Second thing is, and again, you know this, but it's worth clarifying this and putting it on the table in front of us. Check understanding. It's so helpful to listeners to find that you are listening enough, the teacher's listening enough to say, could you say that again? Let me see if I understood you. I'm saying, and it conveys very, very clearly that you're listening to the person, not just to the content. The third is kind of linked to that, but it's something different, which is to summarize. So at the end of what someone said, which might be very short, just say, okay, so you're saying this, is that right? You don't have to do that every time, but sometimes it's very helpful. And it means that the speaker knows that they've been heard and that the listener values what they've heard. And it's brilliant because it actually helps the speaker to move on. If you are kind of summarized, you feel good and you know you can move on to the next bit. And the final thing is, when we're listening, is kind of paying calm and non-judgmental attention, not thinking to ourselves, oh, I wish he would hurry up. Oh, she always says this. Or even thinking about what we're going to say next, but actually trying to make a moment of actually paying attention, because it is felt, it is received by the listener, and it makes a difference to the sincerity of the transaction. So I want to move on now to the tips. How can we bring personal presence to our online teaching? I've covered some of the aspects of what is affect. I hope that you may be thinking, yes, being online does not exclude this stuff. Maybe even being online may help it, because although there are distractions online and there is the technological issue, which we know very well, but once things are functioning, there is a different kind of calmness that may be possible sometimes, in which we can bring these affective aspects of ourselves. Now, a quote that I love from Kerry Jones, who I heard talking earlier this year, and she said, the thing about teaching online, and this was back like in March or April, soon after we all started, she said, it helps us think again about our presence. And I think that's exactly, why I feel optimistic about it. It's exactly what I'm trying to say. Online helps us to think again about our presence. So here are some tips which are based on just what Kerry Jones says there. And these are tips that I give to myself. First, just to remember that the affective side, the holistic or the humanistic side, is not about being friendly, pally. We aim to be friendly, but that is not the primary aim. It's about creating conditions for, full human learning. Not only in order that our students learn a lot, but in order that they get this self-esteem and satisfaction out of finding that they are successful learners. The second is that the quality of teacher listening changes everything. When I listen to the person behind the words, in a way, it gives people permission to be themselves, not to have to pretend, not to try to be impressive to me, but to be who they are. Also, when I listen well, and I'm sure you have found exactly the same, our own responses kind of flow more naturally. Here's a comment. If I keep smiling too much, like a Cheshire cat, I get face ache. And so, when listening, smile, but not the fixed smile that lasts all lesson. Teacher questions. Yes, use open questions. I like to remind myself of this because it invites more about the student. It invites the story behind. I also remind myself that when we've done the comprehension questions, the kind of set questions that are part of our method, then move on to questions where the answers are not in the text, where the answers could be anything, which are straight into the realm of imagination. And thirdly, start conversations with whoever's there about whatever matters. Whatever matters to them, start a conversation. Fourth, about teachers speaking. Well, something very interesting about being online is that the voice quality and tone is quite different, or can be quite different from in the classroom. Now, right now, I'm actually speaking to you in the voice and with the intonations that I would use if I was having an engaged conversation around my kitchen table. I'm not speaking any louder. I hope you can hear me. I imagine that you can, but I'm not using my booming teacher's voice. I'm not in a classroom. I'm at a table, a domestic table. So there's something really interesting about the environment. It invites us to speak conversationally rather than in the teacher's raised voice, the sort of bossy, the bossy tone of teachers. Second, slow down. Now, one of the issues, and you've already mentioned it, is that online teaching is kind of slow. And why is it slow? It's slow because you can't read the room. You don't know quite when to intervene. You don't know quite how to turn take. And these are things which we can establish as we grow the online culture. But at the same time, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of slowness. And it tells me to pause, to be behind my words, not to prattle, not to speak for too long, like I am at the moment. And I think this also helps to manage the time lag that you get more of or less of when you're online. So unlike me at the moment, keep inputs short. And finally, in this little section, give way to students. I expect you I find that I'm often just about to speak and a student speaks, or a student is speaking and I speak at the same time. At least there, it's easy for me to give way. So I always try to make sure I do that and say, no, please, Ahmed, please continue. because that begins to establish that pattern for them to follow as well. Student speaking. Something that I find very helpful, it's a kind of breakthrough for me, is to upgrade rather than correct. Students need to learn what is correct, but there's a bigger idea, which is to upgrade. Every utterance can be improved, therefore every utterance can be upgraded. Not every utterance can be corrected, because if it's already got the right words in the right order, which is often our object, we may think, oh, well, that's correct. But this is, an upgrade means that the student that says something which is right words in right order, even that can be upgraded. The words can be joined together. It can be made more comprehensible. The stress can be put in the right place. A kind of conversational appropriate intonation can be made. It could be made slower. It could be said quicker. It could be said with a pause in the middle. It could be said with care and attention for the listener understanding it. There are many, many ways of upgrading when the words are already correct. So, and if someone has made a mistake in the words, then the upgrade can include that. So I like to think in terms of upgrades, because then everyone in my class is equal. They're all in the same place. And the one who's always kind of right is now the same as all the others. Everyone gets an upgrade. And of course, help speak the students to listen to each other. That's terribly important. So they're not just always going via me. And this is my second to last slide now, the tips that I give myself. Well, this is obvious, but it's been terribly important to me to use their names more than I did in the class. In the class, I could look at people, but I can't do that here. I'm looking at you all now, but I can't look at one in particular. So using names to manage turn taking, it also, I think, draws people in, and it invites a different kind of connection when we are using names. It's something that I rather like. It's constantly touching people with their name. Of course, in a classroom, we can not all talk at the same time. Even online, we can't all talk at the same, but we can all chat box at the same time. Great back channel, fabulous for turn taking, fabulous for the use that we are making of it now, and great for single word feedback, comments and quizzes. It's great for students when, I often say to students, look, in the next session, every time someone says something, give them a little compliment. Or when we're going to read a poem or we're going to read a short text, when someone's read something, just make a little compliment. And they get into the habit of that because, first of all, they like receiving compliments. Next is a gaze and eye contact. This is very important. Someone said earlier that we can't make eye contact. In a way, that's quite true. Of course, in the face-to-face class, we can make eye contact with one person, and we use that in a way as part of our class management. Online, we can't make contact with one, but we can make eye contact with everybody if we look at the camera. And I'm looking at the camera now, so maybe if my camera is working, I'm actually making eye contact with all of you. Of course, it's one way, but it is something. And what it requires, of course, is learning to look into the camera lens rather than to look at the lesson plan or the screen as I'm doing now. And news reporters on the television, you can watch them, very skillful, standing out in a street where stuff's going on, looking at the camera. Very nice. It's a little skill that we can all learn. The next thing is the kitchen table theatre. Now, here we are in front of this screen, and the camera is just there, and the stage goes out here, and the stage goes out here. It's not a square stage, it's bigger at the back. And everything happens, it's like a mini puppet theatre stage. So all my gestures have got to be on stage here. And maybe I need to exaggerate gestures, and I can move in and I can move back, and I can turn my head and I can do things that come over the top. And, But this is the tiny stage that I'm working on. So get to know the stage and use it, exploit it. I mentioned this before, but I'll just refer back to it again. Think of hosting what happens rather than controlling what happens. If I look back at my teaching, some of my teaching has been spoiled by my need to control. And some of that controlling, I can argue, has been necessary. But some of that controlling, I also can argue, was not. And overdoing control only creates resistance to control. So more hands-off, more hosting. I don't need to control around the kitchen table. I host people around the kitchen table. Is there something of that that can feed through into my online class? Just a couple more things now. I always plan. I always have a plan. But I usually don't follow it, but I have it. And I have it because then when I've got it, I can follow whatever happens in the class and I can improvise, but I can always go back to the plan when nothing happens. And I can usually achieve the aims of the plan without exactly following it, but by following the energy in the room. So I think that it's necessary for me to prepare a plan, but more important, it's necessary to prepare myself because then whatever happens can be part of the lesson. There is no deviation. Everything that happens kind of is the lesson. And the problems that arise and the language that arises around the problems, it's all part of the lesson. And last but not least, talk to the students about learning online. You know, I can ask them, you know, how do you behave online? How, you know, what's difficult for you? What do you find easy? How do you help yourself? How do you help others? How do you disrupt yourself? How do you disrupt others? What do you need? We're all new, including me. We're all new to this. So I can have those kind of conversations. And I, probably like you, I really like and value the before lesson and after lesson little chats, informal, non-lesson chats that I can have with students who arrive earlier or leave later. How can I do this online? For me, that's been very important to let students know that I'm going to be there 2 or 3 minutes early and that at the end, I'm going to hang around for 2 or 3 minutes if I've got the time. And if anyone wants to hang around, they're welcome to. So just to close now, there's a voice in us, which we can all hear, which is about telling us about the pressures and complexity of the syllabus and the teaching and the testing. And now, of course, we've added to that the complexities of online. Yeah, we're all familiar with that voice, and it speaks rather loud, and it's a shrill voice, and there's some truth in what it's saying. But there's another voice, and this other voice in us is saying, you know, be simple, be human, just be yourself. And I'm quite certain that there is no contradiction between these voices. We can follow both. And the result is something more complete. Each voice speaks to a different aspect of what is going on. But I would like the second voice to form the background from which I approach the complexities and the chaos and the teaching and the testing and all these things, all these difficulties. So my closing question is really, you know, could online be a catalyst, in fact, to reboot our practice? And that rebooting can take many forms, but the rebooting I'm particularly talking about here is the rebooting of bringing the person more to the fore in the lesson, the person of the teacher, the person of the student, and the whole affective side, because it is known that that brings about better all-round results, more fun, greater self-esteem, and helps us all. So in this respect, teachers are VIPs. We're very important people. Not everyone agrees with that, and not everyone knows that, but we know that. So I'm going to leave it there. I wish you well and have a really super conference. And thank you to UES and everyone there for putting this on. So that's me.
Adrian Underhill. Thank you very much, Adrian. Fantastic start to the summit today. So thank you, Adrian, for inspiring, thoughtful, and kind of a session really got our mind thinking there. I picked up on one comment that said it was from Galaxy A50, so no name, but it said you've really refreshed my approach to teaching. So already at the Recharge Festival, we're refreshing people's ideas, which is a great idea. And I love your idea of being a person in progress. I think none of us, if we admit, are perfect. We can all make improvements to the way we live our lives or work within a classroom or online. And I think that's the beauty of this summit, that really we're not expecting anybody to be bamboozled by technology or to kind of freak out by the circumstances that we're in, but just all of us just to look to make small incremental improvements as we go on. You know, if we see it in a percentage term, just making 2 or 3% improvements in how we do things. So many thank you, Adrian, for such a wonderful starting session. The chat box is incredibly active right now, and I'm going to try and get as much. Oops, sorry, I've just jumped by again. Let me just try and get the chat box again, which I seem to be struggling with at the moment. And I'll get to the questions as well. Let me just stop sharing that for a couple of seconds and just jump to the questions. Adrian, are you still there? Yeah, you are. I can see. We've got a few questions that are coming in that I'd just like to share with you just before we finish. So Kadir there says, one challenge of the kitchen table learning is said to be the invasion of privacy at home. You talked at the beginning how you like to, some teachers like to show their home environment behind them. So the question is it possible to overcome this by simply having your lesson in front of a plain wall, or to remove any personal belongings from your background during your lesson? What do you think about that?
Of course it is. I think that's absolutely fine. In front of a plain wall, in a place that you feel comfortable. You're still in your home. And if you just look around the corner of your computer screen, all your usual stuff is there. The kids, your aunt, the junk on the table, it's all there, the dirty washing up. So having a blank wall behind you can be quite a relief. But still, people can go off, and you can give a 30-second break and ask students to bring back an object from the room and just make one sentence about it. And that has an immediacy. You can't do that in the classroom, bring in an object tomorrow, but you can do it when you're sitting in the room.
Yes, yeah. I've done that myself. I've got students to run around and find something blue, find something big, find something small, find something soft, etc. Another question coming in. Adrian, I'm an English teacher. Please suggest me the best ways that I can apply practically in my class to enhance the learning outcomes of my students. So they're really just asking for a practical toolbox of ideas. I don't know if we have time for that now, but they're just asking for your advice and any suggestions on how to make our lessons more practical for learners and learning.
Well, for me, student engagement is paramount, because then stuff happens. And what's paramount for me for student engagement is that I am really listening to them as person to person, and that I am as relaxed as is possible. Never completely, but as much as is possible, because those two things really come across and they touch other people who would then also start to listen and feel 1 degree more relaxed. It's a human chain reaction. We affect each other like that, but the teacher has to start it.
Thanks, Adrian. Seda asks a very simple question. What about teacher talking time and your ideas or thoughts on teachers' talk time and maybe their underuse or overuse of
Well,
talking?
I think I think teachers need to talk when it's their turn, and not when it isn't their turn. And perhaps the teacher's turn comes a bit more often. But I like to ask, is it my turn to talk? Yes, I want to increase student talking as much as possible. But that doesn't mean that the teacher should be silent. But it does mean the teacher should not prattle or say more than is needed.
Okay, Adrian. Thank you. I think that's pretty much all of the questions that we have there that are coming in. If I can just share my screen again, just to and I just move that across. I think we're all getting to grips with this now. So everybody, as you can see on the program in front of you now, we've just started the summit with Adrian's fantastic session on kitchen table teaching and developing effective teaching online, looking at effect. We're now going to move, after a short break now for you to go away and grab a cup of tea or a coffee. We're now gonna come back for some concurrent workshops next. And the three concurrent workshops that are happening from 11:20 today until 12:10, we have our colleague and dear friend Ali Ashuri doing a session on mindfulness. We have Doigu Ojam looking at the idea of to flip or not to flip in online lessons. And colleague Sam will be looking at lexical learning in a digital age. To access these sessions, everybody, you simply need to go to the website where you joined this session here, and then next to the names in a short while, probably in a few minutes, you'll see the join button there, and then simply select the join button, and this will take you through to the concurrent workshop. So I'm going to leave you with these slides for now. A huge thanks again to Adrian for his wonderful opening speech kicking off the Recharge Summit today. And we'll join you back a little bit later on. After the concurrence, we will be back in the plenary room with Nikki Hockley. So please do grab a tea, a coffee, grab some toast, and we'll see you all again shortly. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Still there? Durmuş Bey.
Merhaba Steven.
Durmuş Bey merhaba. Bizim öğretmenler ses dinliyor mu şimdi?
Evet.
Nasıl özel konuşuyoruz Adrian'la?
Telefonla konuşabilirsin. Şu an diğer kullanıcılar da duyabilir.
Okay. Tamam. Teşekkür ederim. Sağ ol. Um, good morning, everybody. I can see that we still have about 30 participants in this room hanging out this morning. Just to let you know, if you haven't seen the chat box, there are, I should say, 3 concurrent sessions happening now, which will run until 10 past 12. And then after that, we'll be taking a break for lunch, and then we'll be reconvening in here from about 1 o'clock this afternoon, prior to our next plenary speaker, Nikki Hockley. So just for now, if you want to stay in here and relax and get away from the hustle and bustle of life, you're more than welcome to stay and kick back and relax. But as I said, if you would like to take in one of the 3 excellent concurrent sessions that we've got going on right now, please do not hesitate to jump on over and take them in. Thanks, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.
When love comes in, ooh la la la. Love comes in, ooh la la la.
Dancing,
Nikki, hi. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, is that Steve?
Yes, it is. Yeah. We are currently live, so people can, the educators can see us now, but let me just wave and say hello
Hi,
to you,
everything's
Nikki.
working fine. Video's fine, audio's fine. So if there's nothing you need from me, I'll just go on to mute and stop my video and stay in the room.
Yeah, what will happen is I will introduce you, Nikki, and then because you are now a panelist and we'll make you a co-host, it means that as soon as you share your screen, everybody will see it. Okay, and then you'll have the chat box function there. For
Great.
any questions that come in, I will deal with them and pass them to you towards the end.
Great. Okay.
But thanks a lot for being a part of Recharge. We're really happy to have you on board. So thank you. We're grateful.
Oh, thanks for inviting me, Steve. No, I mean, I've done a lot of work in Turkey over the years, so, it's always a pleasure. Unfortunately, I can't be there in person, but hopefully at some point in the future, we'll get back there.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Yes, inshallah. Yeah. Okay. You can close your webcam now, then, Nikki, and we'll come back for your session at 1:15. Thank you. A very good afternoon, everybody.
Hey, we can see the screen. Everything is all right.
Okay, thank you, Pinaj.
By the way, would you like to just stop or record? Are we recording right now?
Yes, of course, yes.
All right.
A very good afternoon to everybody joining this webinar again this afternoon on the first day of the UES Recharge Virtual ELT Summit. I hope you can all hear me fine and well. If you can hear me, just if you can hear me okay, please just say yes, you can hear me, just so I know.
Yes, we can hear you,
what
and now
you're
we
doing.
can see you too.
I don't want you to see me just yet. So if we can just quickly close that, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, we're going to be waiting for the rest of our colleagues to join us after lunch. For some reason now I can't do something. Okay, so yes, we're going to be waiting for our colleagues to be joining us from lunch. Nikki Hockley is here with us now, and she'll be starting the next session from 1:15 p.m. So just in 7 or 8 minutes time. I can see that we have quite a lot of international educators with us today, which is great. You're more than welcome to join us from all 4 corners of the globe, it seems. Here in Turkey, we have an expression called afiyet olsun. And this, for you joining us from overseas, you might not be aware of what this means, but afiyet olsun means have a nice dinner, I guess. Enjoy your meal, I guess, is how it's translated. But we don't use it, certainly not. I'm from the UK. We don't use it as readily as we do with afiyet olsun here in Turkey. In fact, if I was having dinner with my family and I said, you know, enjoy your meal, there would be suspicion on their faces. You know, why is he saying enjoy your meal? What does he want from us? How much is this going to cost us? But here in Turkey, the expression afiyet olsun is used readily, almost everywhere, actually. So we're going to start in a few minutes. I'll just remind you of the schedule then. So we have just finished the concurrent workshops before lunch. Just while we wait for everybody to come back in, I just want to run over a couple of things with you. We're receiving lots of chat in the chat box, which is great, but a lot of the chat that you're sending through is only to the panelists. So although we love receiving your messages, I think it's better to maybe address your chat to both the panelists and the participants as well, and then we can all get to share and see your comments. So please just make sure that your comments are going to the panelists and also to the participants as well. Just to kind of reflect on the two sessions we've had this morning. So we had the first session with Adrian Underhill, and then we broke out into concurrent rooms for the 3 concurrents. This pattern will continue this afternoon. So we'll start again with Nikki Hockley for her plenary on engaging and motivating students in live online classes. And then we will break out again to 3 more concurrent rule options. Thank you, Teresa, for the heads up on how we go about getting comments to everybody here in the room. So let's just reflect for a couple of minutes while we wait for the rest of the attendees or participants, I should say, to join us. Just very quickly, just a few words in the chat box. Any takeaway ideas or any takeaway strategies or things that you've listened to or heard about this morning, which has so far had a bearing or an impact on your own approach to English language teaching? Please do put them in the chat box to share them with the rest of the group. Okay, so Inji writes, mindfulness in teaching will definitely be useful for me on my online classes. I agree. I think there's going to be a whole burst of new methodologies or even approaches to English language teaching as a direct result of the pandemic and the circumstances that we're in now. I think we're gonna find lots of new and innovative ideas of how to do things. And I really found Adrian's session this morning a real eye-opener on really assessing who we are as individuals as well, and how we are people in progress. We are learning and developing all the time. It's great to see lots of comments here. So Nikki says Sam was wonderful, so excellent there. And then Merve writes, I will use the resources from Sam's lexical teaching session as well. Okay, so let me just open my camera and say a big hello to you all again. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back again. I can see participants are slowly streaming back into the session. Hi, Lamish, nice to see you. Teresa writes, Doigu's session gave us lots of practical ideas on flipping and getting our students active online. Good, excellent, great to hear. Good afternoon, Golnaz, to you as well. So this afternoon then, we're going to continue with the schedule that you can see on the screen in front of you. And we're going to be starting with Nikki Hockley this afternoon. And I'd like to firstly thank her from the whole US team for agreeing to be a part of the Recharge Summit. And it's such a great pleasure to have her to be able to share her experiences with us. So Nikki Hockley is, if I can just move the chat box, is the director of pedagogy of the Consultants E, which is an online training and development consultancy. So Nikki is a teacher educator, a consultant, a fantastic plenary speaker, and also the author of several prize-winning methodology books about technology in ELT. So very relevant to the circumstances that we now find ourselves in. And her research interests include both blended and online, and perhaps even hybrid learning and teaching as well. So I think the time is almost right to welcome Nikki to the stage for her session now on engaging and motivating students in live online classes. Just a reminder, the chat box is open, guys. If you want to put any comments in the chat box. And then also we have a Q&A as well. So if you have any questions which come to mind, please fire them in the Q&A box. So it's my pleasure to welcome Nikki again. Hi, Nikki, I can see you there. I hope you can see us. Hi, Nikki. Thank you for joining us all the way from sunny Spain, I believe, for
Indeed.
today's session. You've traveled all the way from your bedroom to your living room to be with us today.
That's absolutely right. Yes. Thank you so much, Steve. Do you want me to get going then?
Yes, please
Yeah?
do. I'll stop my video now. Thanks and enjoy, everybody.
Thanks. Thank you, Steve, for that lovely introduction. And as you can see by the light coming in through my window here, I am indeed in lovely sunny Spain and at home, as most of us are. It's funny, Steve, you say I've traveled from my bedroom to my desk. You know, I work from home every day and have done for many, many, many years, but it still takes me 2 hours to get to work. I've never quite figured that out. Between the cups of tea and the kind of moseying around in the garden, it takes me quite a while to get to my desk. I sometimes think I could be, you know, working in France, the amount of time it takes me to get there. Anyway, so welcome everybody. First of all, a big thank you for the invitation to speak here with you all today. I'm being sponsored by Macmillan Education, as you can see there on the slide. So a big thank you to Macmillan as well. I've worked in Turkey over the years, many trips, and I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but hopefully soon when things get back to something near normal, I hope to be back. Okay, so Steve introduced me there. I'm the Director of Pedagogy of the Consultants E, or TCE, which is shorter and easier. And I've written several books about technology, as Steve said, and there they are. There is one odd one out, if you like, which is not about technology, which is the Dummies book, which frankly was probably the most fun book to write. I've actually been teaching, as I mentioned, fully online for quite a while. I started teaching fully online in 1997. That's a long time. So I've actually spent most of my professional life working online. I was invited to be the academic director of one of the first online EFL programs or TEFL programs between a consortium of Spanish and Latin American universities. And that was when I started, you know, with technology and working online. But I'm very much a teacher and a teacher trainer. That is my background. It's a pedagogical background, not a tech background, not a typical nerd background at all. I've always been interested in the application of technology to the teaching. The teaching is the interesting bit, the technology less so, I find. So that's some of my professional background, but I'd like to tell you something about myself anyway, you know, apart from the kind of professional background stuff. And I want to share with you an object that I have on my desk. You can see it's a statue. It's quite big, it's heavy, it's made out of bronze, and you can probably tell which continent it comes from if you look carefully at it. You're welcome to put the continent in the chat box if you'd like to guess. Now, the story behind this statue is it's a very, very precious or important object for me. It was given to me by my father. My father in the 1950s, before I was born, spent a year living and working in Nigeria, and he spent a lot of time traveling around the country on a motorbike. He was always a big motorbike fan. Now, according to my father, he didn't actually drive the motorbike around Nigeria. He ended up pushing it because it was so old and it kept breaking down. But on his travels, he picked up this absolutely beautiful bronze, as somebody said there, bronze statue, which is a kind of it's sort of a take or an interpretation of the famous Benin bronzes, Benin being the country next to Nigeria. But it's not a Benin bronze, which would be extremely valuable. I would probably be on a beach in the Caribbean right now if it was a real Benin bronze, but it's a very important object to me. It reminds me of my father, and I have it with me here on my desk where I work. Okay. What I've just done with you is shared with you something that is precious to me, a precious object. And it gives you a little bit of an insight into me, apart from my professional life, but my sort of personal background. And if you're good at accents, you've probably spotted that my accent is actually South African originally. So I'm from South Africa. Now, this is an activity that I've done several times with students and with teachers on teacher training courses, and I call it My Precious. The idea is simple. You share some sort of precious object with the people in the class. I've done this like this in a synchronous real-time live session, a live class, but I've also done it asynchronously. So in something like a discussion forum using a virtual learning environment like Moodle. It's always an extremely effective exercise, or in fact, affective. Adrian's talk earlier was about affect. It gives you an insight into the person, there's some personal information, and it's always really interesting what people share. For example, in the past, I've had people share, I remember one time recently, quite memorably, one of the participants in a workshop shared his guitar, which he always has near his desk. And of course, that set him up for actually having to play us a song on his guitar right at the end of the session. So you get lots of, fun, interesting things being shared by people. Now, doing this with students in a live session like this, a video conferencing class, might require a little bit of preparation depending on the level. So with higher level students, you could easily do what I've done, which is share something that is precious to you and then invite people to go away for a minute. They're at home, right, at the moment. Go and find something, bring it back, and then actually, hold it up to the camera, right? So here's another object that I have here. Hold it up to the camera, everybody, and then you can nominate people in the class to quickly just say what it is and why it's significant. With lower level students who may need a bit more support or scaffolding with the language, what you can do is get them to just quickly show their object. That's it. And then say, okay, go away. In the next class, I'm going to ask 2 of you or 3 of you to share what your objects are. And that gives them time to go away and do a little bit of preparation with the language. And then in the following class, you can nominate 2 students. They will share their object again. The following class, another 2, and so on. And you can work through a class in that way. And then at the end, you can give them a little kind of quiz, who brought the bronze statue from Nigeria, who brought who showed us his guitar, etc. So it's a nice, fun, personalized activity that I'm very fond of. Okay, so this is the agenda for today. That was the warmer activity that we've just done, My Precious. I want to talk very briefly about the current scenarios that we're all teaching in. Then I want to highlight what I think are 3 key elements in engaging and motivating students in online classes. I'm going to show you several activities as we go along, as I've just done with the My Precious. And then I'm going to summarize with a couple of key takeaways, and we should have time for a Q&A session at the end, a few minutes for that. Okay, so that's our agenda, and we'll get going. My first question for you really is, with COVID, with the various lockdowns, what sort of scenario are you teaching in? So as I see it, or this is what I've found doing a little bit of research, this is what's happening around the world at the moment. The first is, number 1 there, fully face-to-face in the physical classroom. So there are schools that have gone back to fully face-to-face. It's the case here in Spain where I live. Primary and secondary schools are back fully face-to-face, but universities are fully online. The second scenario there is this face-to-face rotation. And by that, I mean let's say you have 20 students in your class. 10 students go on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and the other 10 students go on Tuesday and Thursday, and then the following week it's reversed. So essentially students are going into the classroom, the physical classroom, on a rotational basis half the time, and the other half of the time they're doing stuff online, maybe homework, maybe worksheets, maybe watching videos, whatever. The teacher sets them separate online work. This is the case for my stepson here in Spain at the moment. He's finished secondary school and he's in the baccalaureate stage between 16 and 18, and they're doing this face-to-face rotation model in his college. The third option there, of course, fully online, and that's what's happening here in Spain for university students. They're not going in at all. It's 100% online. The fourth scenario is the blended option where you have some face-to-face and some online. So maybe the school is open, you go Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Everybody goes Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then Tuesday and Thursday, you're doing stuff online from home. So it's not the rotational one, it's a kind of version of that. The fifth one is this hybrid situation that Steve mentioned in his introduction. Now, the word hybrid is being used at the moment in a very special way within EFL. back in the day, hybrid just meant blended, but it's been co-opted since COVID into meaning something slightly different. It's been around for a while, this idea that our definition of hybrid at the moment is this idea that you have students in the classroom, maybe half the students, in the physical classroom, and then you have the other half of the students being beamed in real time. So for example, in something like Zoom, maybe half the class, but it's all happening simultaneously. So as a teacher, you've got your physical students in front of you and you've got your Zoom students being beamed in. Some schools are using this in a very regulated way, so half the class is in the school and half the class is online, or they're doing this for kids who need to go into isolation. So you have the class face-to-face, and then maybe some kids are not coming in for 2 weeks because they're in isolation and they're being beamed in. That's how hybrid is being used at the moment in our profession. It's been around for a while. This is not new. It may feel like hybrid is the new kid on the block, but it's been around for at least a decade, and there's been research into it as well. When I was doing some research for a chapter on blended learning a few years ago, I came across a research study in a university in Australia where they were using this hybrid model across a whole number of subjects and disciplines, and looking at what was effective and what was problematic about it. This is 2015, as I recall. And they were finding things like, probably not surprising to you if you've tried hybrid. They found things like what was challenging was getting the students who were online, so those in the kind of Zoom session, if you like, how to kind of get those students to feel integrated into the face-to-face class. Another challenge the research found was that for teachers, it was challenging to manage these two spaces at the same time, the virtual space and the physical classroom space, because you're basically teaching through two mediums at the same time. So that was a challenge, and they found that, teachers really did need teacher training and support. The other challenge, of course, again, unsurprisingly, was the technology, students at home having the requisite connectivity, getting kicked out of rooms and, who's going to put them back in, that kind of thing. So those were the three main research findings. And I'm sure some of you have actually experienced this. Then the sixth scenario there is this idea of the hybrid rotation. This is an invented term of mine, by the way. So the idea being that you have half face-to-face and half online. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 students face-to-face, 10 students online. Tuesday, Thursday, those two groups are reversed, if you like. And then there may be another seventh scenario that I haven't come across yet. So just to ask you then, some of you have already said that you've been working in some of these scenarios, but I haven't had a chance to look at the chat. Could I ask you to put the number for the scenario that you're currently teaching in? What are you teaching at the moment? I've looked at what's happening in Turkey at the moment, and you're in a stage which is called partial reopening, whatever that means. So let's see. All right, we've got 1, 3, 3, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 3 is looking like the most common at the moment. Some hybrids, hybrid rotations. 3 is most definitely the most common. Face-to-face kindergarten only, somebody said. 3 and okay, so 3 and 4, but 3 is clearly the most common one, and some people are doing blended, okay, and some people are doing hybrid. Interesting. Great. Okay, well that's good. You're in the right session, because we're looking at mainly teaching fully online, but of course, that fits with the whole hybrid model as well, which I will refer to as we go through. Thank you for sharing that. Steve, you're saying last week a new ministry announcement from Monday, all online again. Yeah, okay, we're moving back and forward into, lockdown, semi-lockdown, and this is happening here in Spain as well. We're going slightly out of a full lockdown from Monday, but, who knows how long that's going to last. Okay, right. Now, I'd like to ask you about your online teaching, whether you're teaching fully online at the moment or hybrid, or you taught online before. A couple of questions. And I just want you to say either yes or no or not sure. So you could type that in the chat, or if you have access to the reaction icons, which is in the participants section, if you know how to use them, you can choose a kind of a tick or a cross as well. I'm not sure whether you have those activated in this particular Zoom platform. If not, yes, no, don't know in the chat window. I'm going to read out 7 statements. I'll pause after each, and you just type yes, no, or don't know for each one. So let's do the first one together to try it out. So statement number 1. My students all have their cameras turned on for my fully online classes. I'll repeat, my students all have their cameras turned on for my fully online classes. Okay, so we've got a whole mix, almost all no, 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 no. It looks like a mix of yes and no. Okay. I mean, generally from my experience of online teaching, having your students on the camera is more engaging if possible. If you have massive classes of 50, it's less possible, but if you have up to 20, it certainly is, if you have a video conferencing platform that you can do it in. Okay, I also understand that in some contexts, it may be culturally inappropriate for students to have their cameras on. So I'm not sure whether that may be the case for you in some places. All right, second statement. I ask each of my students to use their microphones, the audio, several times in an online class. I'll repeat. I ask each of my students to use their microphones or audio several times in an online class. Looks like we have mainly yes. Okay, that's definitely a majority of yes. And, you know, we're language teachers, right? So they should be speaking at some point, even with very low levels. Of course, a great place for them, especially lower levels, to prepare speaking or to speak in a less intimidating situation than the full class is in breakout rooms. Third statement, number 3. I put my students into breakout rooms for pair or group work in every online class. I'll repeat. I put my students into breakout rooms for pair or group work in every online class. Oh, a lot of no's. Rarely. We've got a few yeses. We've got not always, a sometimes. Okay, and right, somebody said their breakout room's not allowed in my platform. It might depend which platform you're using. Of course, video conferencing providers have now wised up to the importance of breakout rooms. Google Meet, I can't remember if it's been rolled out yet, but if not, it's in beta to have breakout rooms. And Teams as well, Microsoft Teams, if you're using that, is also rolling out breakout rooms. And there are several more video conferencing platforms that are coming on the market that do include breakout rooms. I think, if possible, we should be using breakout rooms because, we're teaching a language. So students should be using the language to communicate. And as I said before, small groups, pairs in breakout rooms is a good place for them to do it, if possible. Okay, fourth statement. My students use the chat box in my live online classes. My students use the chat box. Yes, okay, that looks like almost everybody. Yes, again, it's very, very easy to use the chat box with simple tasks to engage your students, pretty much like what we're doing right now. Yeah, I mean, the language load, if you like, on you as students is minimal here. You're just typing yes, no. But in theory, you do need to be listening. Simple to use, very easy to use chat box. Okay, number 5. I use external web tools like Kahoot or Quizlet during my live online classes. I use external web tools like Kahoot or Quizlet, that's just 2 examples, during my live online class. Okay, again, we have a mix. I found that in terms of external tools, a lot of teachers use Google Docs because it's a very easy place for students to be collaborating on, presentations or documents or whatever. Okay, students like Kahoot, exactly, yes. Padlet, somebody has mentioned there, Google Forms, right, many things you can use externally in a live session, again, to provide variety and also to get your students engaged. Number 6, I get my students to use asynchronous tools like Google Docs to follow up or to prepare for my live classes. So I use asynchronous tools like Google Docs to follow up or to prepare for my live classes. So this idea of using tools before and or after your live class. All right, we have a mix. Again, this is something worth considering so that your live classes don't take place in a vacuum. You can get students doing some of the work beforehand, have your live class where you can focus more on interaction, maybe in breakout rooms, and then follow up with another external asynchronous tool. And number 7, the last statement, I find classroom management in hybrid classes a challenge. I find classroom management in hybrid classes, those of you who have experience, a challenge. I think the common response would be yes. And I don't think you should feel worried about that. As I mentioned earlier, there's been research into this. It's probably one of the most difficult online forms for a teacher to use. Somebody said not anymore. Yeah, it's practice, isn't it? Trying to deal with those two spaces at the same time. Not just practice kind of from the pedagogical angle, task design, but also just the logistics of, you know, the speakers and the microphones and all that kind of stuff. And you get used to it eventually, you do indeed. Lovely. Okay, so what we've done now is a very short quiz activity in which I just read out some quiz questions that I had prepared in advance and then had you interacting in a very simple way in the chat box. And, you know, you did need to listen to be able to take part. Of course, we could do other types of quiz. Ours was a yes, no, don't know quiz. We could do a true, false quiz. We could do agree, disagree. Or if you have your students, if you have, you know, maybe not more than 20 in a group, a very nice quiz type that I like uses bits of paper for responses. So instead of the chat box, you can get students responding on camera. And this one is where you ask a question and the students either have to hold up A or S or N. So you as language teachers, what do you think each of these letters stands for? What is the word for each of these letters? It's a very typical, like A1, A2. There we go, straight away. Always, sometimes, never. Absolutely, you can tell your language teachers. It's a really sort of visual, slightly different way to run a quiz, and you just ask a question. So, for example, you know, I don't know, do you do sport once a week? Each student holds up their piece of paper, and if you have your everybody's cameras on and you're in gallery view, meaning you can see all the cameras, you can just look across the room, around the virtual room, and you can immediately see what everybody is answering, and they can see each other. So this is a very, very effective short quiz type activity. Also, if your students are reluctant to be on camera, start getting them on camera for these kinds of very short focused activities. And then they can turn their cameras off again and then on again. So you can start using your cameras or getting students to use their cameras in a very deliberate way, but linked to a task so that there's an actual reason for them to be on a camera. Okay. Another way, of course, of doing quizzes with younger learners is to integrate some kind of physical component. So, you know, on the camera again, you can do, you know, agree, disagree, not sure. I've used that one before. Younger learners, you can get them to stand up, sit down, that kind of thing. Quite easy to use a range of response types for these. Okay. I think that there are 3 main ways that we can engage our students online. These are those ways, in my experience. The first is effective task design, so tasks that are engaging and that get the students involved. The second is your online teacher skills, and the third is actually the structure of your session or the structure of your lesson. And I want to just very quickly look at those during the rest of the lesson. But I want to also share more activities with you. I mean, task design, right? We've already done several tasks. And here's another one. This is a really, really nice online activity that was taught to me by my colleague, Lindsay Clandfield, who some of you may know. From that picture, what is the topic? Could you put it in the chat window? Indeed, Lenovo says. Clothes, it is, it's clothes. It's a very fancy photo of, I don't know quite what, ties maybe, or maybe jackets or something. Okay, so let's imagine you're a class of A1, A2, low-level learners, and our topic is clothes. So we've done some work in previous classes on clothes. They've done stuff in the course book or the workbook and so on, and they have a good clothes. We've been working with vocabulary connected to clothes. And now in my online class, I'm going to review some of the vocabulary that we've done. And to do that, I'm going to give you a silent dictation. So I'm going to turn my microphone off and I'm going to say one item of clothing a couple of times. I want you to see if you can see what I'm saying and then write the item of clothing in the chat box. We'll see who's the fastest, okay? I'm going to do 4 different words. So I'm going to go number 1, then I'll say the word, and I'll repeat it a couple of times, and so on for the 4. So let's go. Okay, good job. Yeah, actually, T-shirt. It was T-shirt. T-shirt. Remember that the students have seen these words before. This is important. All right, let's try number 2. Yeah, well done. Good, good. Yeah, tie. Yeah, you got that one pretty fast. Okay, let's do number 3. Yes, good job. Trousers, indeed. Yeah, kind of easier, isn't it, with the 2-syllable words? All right, let's do the last one, number 4. Good, yeah, exactly. Shoes. Yeah, good job. All right. Of course, you look like a complete nut doing this, but it's great vocabulary review for them. So the first thing is that I, or the teacher, models a couple of words. Again, important that the students have already come across these words, otherwise, you know, and that they are also linked to one topic. So they're a lexical set. So I did a couple as a teacher. I would now nominate students and they would have to do a couple of words as well. All right. Again, the idea being that you have them on camera and then they're playing with the mute and unmute. So every time I said something, I just muted my microphone so that I was actually whispering it so I could say it correctly, and then unmuted it again to speak to you. So very, very easy to do. Students, it's a laugh. Students have a good laugh, and you can actually do it with pretty much any lexical set, meaning any level. So even if you're teaching high-level students at university, you know, complex academic terminology, you can still do this activity, and it's still fun. But again, important that this is a review, vocabulary review. They've come across this before. So there you go. Nice little simple activity using camera again, playing with mute, unmute. Okay, another task that I think is very effective is this idea of top 5. Now, this is one of the activities that we use in our own online teacher training courses at TCE, the consultancy. We've been using this for a number of years on our Teaching Live Online training course. And mainly we do this in an asynchronous mode, so in a forum. And the idea is that students need to think about their top 5 something and share it with the group. And here we have a couple of examples. So top 5 foods, top 5 places, top 5 Netflix series, top 5 excuses for not doing homework, top 5 most hated grammar points. You can come up with your own list of things, but students can make up their own one. It's just if they can't think of something, then they can choose from this list. So it works well asynchronously as a forum discussion where each student individually posts their top 5 and then people react and interact. It generates an incredible amount of interaction. Or you can do it like this in this kind of scenario, which is a fully online, real-time online class. And again, this works very well if you can get students to work in groups or in pairs in a breakout room. So they decide on their top 5 as a pair, and then they come back to the main room here, and then each group shares their own and takes questions from others. So essentially it's a speaking activity, that's all. You just need to stage it a little bit for the online environment. Okay, a couple of tips on task design. You've actually seen quite a few tasks now. We did My Precious, if you'll remember, that was the first task that we did. Then we did a quiz, and we talked about different kinds of ways you could get students responding. Then we did the silent dictation, and then we did, I just shared with you the idea of the top 5. So we looked at 4 different task types. This idea of ensuring student talking time, STT, student talking time in pairs and small groups, rather than like we're doing now, just me talking, we would want students to be also talking. Using breakout rooms often and monitoring the breakout rooms, I think this is really important. If your school or your university is using a video conferencing platform without breakout rooms, I would be stomping into the director's office and complaining, because it's important that students are able to interact and practice in breakout rooms, apart from the fact that it just makes the lesson more engaging than having to sit there for an hour, you know, looking at you and listening to you, as you are very kindly doing with me. Personalize. I think this is, you know, something that we know from communicative language teaching. Personal information, and all of the tasks that I've shared with you so far rely on your personal opinion or your personal information to some extent, except for the silent dictation, perhaps. Having clear task aims and instructions, of course, is important. Having students report back and share. So if they are in breakout rooms sharing their top 5, let them come back and share with the group. I mean, this idea of a task going somewhere, having a point, is important. The issue of accuracy versus fluency, when do we correct? So if your students are in breakout rooms preparing their top 5, let's say, what do? You're moving around the breakout rooms, you're monitoring. Are you going to interrupt them and correct then? Or are you going to wait maybe and correct, you know, with a common error correction slot in the breakout room? The way to know when to correct is to know whether the focus of the task is on accuracy or correctness, or on fluency. Obviously, with fluency, we don't want to be interrupting our students while they're in the middle of explaining something to correct their use of a preposition. Okay, and again, this last point, the use of external tools, the idea of linking lessons to pre-work and post-work through something like a Google Doc, or using things like Kahoot and Quizlet and whatever during the class, just to add a bit of variety and a bit of fun. Okay, again, as I say, I think breakout rooms are pretty important if we're teaching language, and here are some quick ideas for breakout rooms. The top 5 we've talked about. Any kind of ranking and ordering tasks. So put this list of things into order from number 1, most important. Say you have 5 things. Number 1, most important. Number 5, least important. The typical one that we do in the face-to-face classroom is the idea of, you know, perfect characteristics of your ideal partner. That's always fun. You get students to brainstorm them first, you know, like rich, handsome, tall, you know, kind, good sense of humor, whatever. Give them your 5, or come up with a list of 5 together, and then get them into breakout rooms in pairs to order those in importance. Come back, share your order, this idea of sharing and making the task going somewhere. So, but any kind of ranking or ordering task can be done in a breakout room, and course books usually have several. Using controversial or ethical statements and getting the learners to discuss, that would be at higher levels. Interviewing your partner about anything and then reporting back. Rehearsing dialogues and then performing them to the group in the main room. Obviously for lower levels, I mean, I think we tend to forget when we are proficient speakers of the language, we forget how at low levels you needed to, when you were learning the language, you needed to repeat and rehearse and repeat and rehearse. And, you know, the more you can do it, the more confident you feel. I'll never forget when I moved to Spain, I spoke absolutely no Spanish, zero. And I had to go and buy a train ticket. And I stood in a corner in the train station, whispering to myself, you know, return ticket to Girona, return ticket in Spanish, return ticket to Girona. And then I went up and ba-dum, and I was able to say it. This kind of repetition and rehearsal is absolutely fundamental, and a good place for it is the breakout room. Role plays with higher levels, again, preparation in the breakout rooms, perform in the main room, and then creating something together. For example, a Google Doc or a Google slide, and then presenting it again to the group. So lots of ideas of integrating breakout rooms into your sessions. Okay, so let's go back to our 3 key elements. We've looked at task design, and I've shared a couple of tasks with you. Our second element is online teacher skills. So you've all got experience of online teaching now. So what are the skills, do you think? What online skills do you need to engage your learners? Could you type a couple of ideas in the chat? What online teacher skills do you need? Sybil, eye contact, good one. Yeah, that's quite tricky, isn't it? I don't know whether you feel that I am trying to make eye contact. I'm definitely looking at the camera, which is up here, and I'm not looking down here where my PowerPoint slide is. Well, I'm glancing at my PowerPoint slide. You can see the difference here, but I am trying to look at the camera as much as I can. I don't know whether you can notice that. Okay, yeah, attention, projecting your voice. Yeah, although if you have a good headset, you should be fine. Yeah, energetic, good at IT. I think the IT is the easy bit. It's the good teaching, that's the tricky bit. Yeah, body language, trying to reach all students. Yeah, using breakout rooms, absolutely. A variety of tasks, yes, I think that's important as well. Okay, great, thank you. Here are some of the ideas that I had. Yours are all great, and these are just some extra ones. The idea of this teacher presence is mentioned a lot in research. Obviously, synchronously, synchronous being real time like this, the teacher is present. So clearly the teacher must be on camera. I remember we were doing some work at TCE with a university in Latin America, which had just recently moved into online teaching about 4 or 5 years ago. And a lot of the teachers were not putting their cameras on. I mean, you can imagine just how disengaging that is for the students, that not even the teacher is on camera. So those kinds of things are essential, teacher presence. When you're on camera, of course, you also need to have good lighting. So, you know, not having a light here behind you, which then makes you look, you know, like you're in some kind of dark cave because you can't see the teacher's features. So that kind of thing. And then asynchronously, also, if students are working offline, you know, in Google Docs or in a forum, replying and keeping things going. So being present, you know, students need to see that you're actually reading their stuff and that you care. Using people's names as much as possible. I've actually avoided doing that in this session because your names, for me, I'm terrified of mispronouncing them. But obviously with my students, yeah, I know how to pronounce their names. Encouraging and praising, being patient, these are obvious things, including your shy or reluctant students. Again, I'm going back to this idea of breakout rooms. This is a place where shy or reluctant students really can feel comfortable in a little breakout room. It's like being in a pair, but nobody can overhear you except the teacher who's monitoring. In fact, what a lot of teachers have reported since March, since, you know, the world moved online, is that their shy or reluctant students are doing really well online. They're suddenly much more comfortable in the medium. They're able to come out of themselves much more. That's an anecdotal piece of evidence I've had from many teachers. I don't know whether there's been any research, but it seems to be a common thing that's happening. Yeah, some of you agree. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? This idea of creating an online community is important. And then finally, perhaps you want to consider using an extra social media tool for the group. So something like WhatsApp or Kik or Facebook or whatever, just to have that out of class connection where they can share photos of stuff they're doing. You want to use English as well. So I wonder if any of you do use an extra social media tool with your groups. You may have been doing this for years, WhatsApp or Facebook or anything like that. Some schools, and especially with younger learners, this may be an issue. There may be a school policy against this. And if you do use these things with minors, with people under 18, you would need to get parental permission. It would need to be in your school's digital policy. Okay, a lot of you are using WhatsApp, yeah. With adults, it's not a problem. Instagram, Okay, great. There has been some research into this, by the way, the idea of using Facebook or social media as that kind of extra out-of-class tool. It has shown that it can increase students' motivation because there's much more of a kind of a group feeling, group gelling. You know, the class just feels kind of, you know, more together. They feel more supported, and this can increase motivation. And of course, better motivation leads to better language learning, as we all know. So, you know, there's certainly arguments for doing this. Might not be possible in your context, but it's worth doing. All right, my third area is this idea of session structure. So structuring your lesson in some way, making sure that it has a beginning and a middle and an end. Let's have a look at that. Here are some tips. Obviously, you need to plan your online lesson as you would plan your face-to-face teacher. Class design for hybrid can be a bit of a challenge, but one thing that is coming out of the use of hybrid at the moment is that it's quite tricky to have a student in your physical classroom paired with a student who's online. You need to have, you know, the laptop on the desk with the student, and then communication is an issue with sound. It's easier, if you like, and tends to be more effective if you pair your online students and you pair your face-to-face students. So let's say you have 10 students in the physical classroom, that's 5 pairs of 2 students each, and then you have 10 students in your Zoom session, which is happening at the same time, and you pair them in breakout rooms there, again, 5 pairs of 2. See what I mean? It also affects class design and kind of feedback, and again, the microphones and everybody hearing everybody. You need a huge amount of speakers and a couple of projectors as well, so that the face-to-face students can see the online students. Ensuring that you have variety and pace in your lessons, and this can be used by integrating the chat box, you know, then the breakout rooms, then a little tool, external tool, but obviously all of it linked together and to have some kind of point. Including multimedia, if you have easy access to that, or your students do. The 5th point there, a good ratio of teacher talking time to student talking time is important. That students should be talking more than you. If it's a language lesson, they should be practicing the language. This idea of having pre-live work, during live work, and then after live work, so integrating the live session into, you know, pre and post. Getting some mileage out of your live sessions. This idea here, oh, sorry, clicked the wrong place, of mini breaks and mini tasks. This is something that I've found works extremely well, and it depends on the length of your lesson. Some people may have a 30-minute lesson, lucky you, perfect for online. An hour as well is great for online. An hour and a half is getting a bit long. 2 hours, boy, that's a long class. Anything more than 2 hours, death. Okay, you have got to integrate breaks. When you're doing these online sessions, it's very difficult for people to be sitting still, looking at a camera for a long period of time. Anything over an hour, for example, if I do teacher training online, we always have a break. Depending on the length of the session in total, a 2-minute break up to a 5-minute break, depends. What's fun in your breaks is to get students to go and do something because they are at home. So let's take advantage of that. For example, what I've done is some of the following. Okay, everybody, you have a 2-minute break, you know, time to get up, move around, 3-minute break. I want you to come back and I want you to bring your favorite book. Everybody's at home. So they go off and they go and get some water or whatever. And then they come back and then they sit down and then everybody sits, just holds up just hold up a book for you. Try to not hold up. Here's a work-related book. They all hold up their book like this to the camera, well, with the cover, so you can see the book, and hold it again like this. And then again, you can nominate students. Okay, so-and-so, what's your book? Tell us about it. And again, this can be students just talk. They love it. And then other students can ask questions. And if there are too many books, you just get a couple in this class. And then the next class, we all say, okay, can you remember what book Steve was holding up, everybody? Okay, Steve, where is your book? Hold it again. Tell us. So you can, make it integrated as a warmer into a number of classes over time. That works well, the books, especially with higher levels. With lower levels, you can do things like vocabulary sets. So if you're working on clothes, which we did before, go and get your favorite piece of clothing. That's it. Go to your wardrobe, get a favorite piece of clothing. Come back. In fact, this is one of mine. Hold it up. Get the class to say the colors and so on, what it is. And then the person says, where they bought it or why they like it or something like that. Another one I've done is with vegetables. This is also the kind of thing you can only do when your students are at home. In a mini break, get them to go to the fridge and bring a vegetable. Same thing, they come back, they hold up their vegetable, and then you get them to, everybody has to say what it is, what color it is. So good for low-level students. And the funny thing is that I've done in a subsequent class, I've done a little quiz like saying, okay, so, what vegetable did Samantha have? And even with classes up to 20, people remember. They can remember because it is so visual and they see it there, being held for an amount of time. Very, very simple. It just makes those breaks a little bit more dynamic and fun, and it generates language. Most important thing. Okay, my next point there, share something personal which can result in group bonding. So for example, a precious object like I did, some kind of anecdote, a memory, a recent activity, it doesn't matter, as long as it's something personal. The second last point there, clear learning aims and outcomes, of course, for your session, right? Well, what are you trying to get done? And let's make sure you get it done. And then finally, some kind of little summary or takeaway or review task to kind of close the session off. All right, so if we're talking about takeaways, I feel I should have one now, and here it is. These to me, I think, are the key takeaways in engaging and motivating your students online. You need to use tasks that allow for student-to-student interaction in pairs, right, which requires the use of breakout rooms, whether you're teaching fully online or hybrid. Personalization, this is fundamental, and this is, something we've known for many, many, many decades in communicative language teaching. Sharing and group bonding, which you can support by using external tools like WhatsApp, using realia or real objects online, like the vegetables or the books or the precious object. 2-minute mini breaks for classes more than an hour. Prioritizing fluency over accuracy, because your live session is the chance for your students to actually use the language. And then ensuring that you have a variety of activities and that some of them are quite fun. I hope some of the ones that I've shared with you are fun, like the silent dictations. Okay. To sort of wrap this up before we do the Q&A, again, I hope you can see that my session has tried to follow kind of a structure. We had a warmer, and then we had an agenda, and then we did stuff. And now we did a summary, and now we're doing a closing activity. And my closing activity is, I would like you to complete the following sentences in the chat. So I'm going to read the first part of a sentence, and I want you to finish the sentence in the chat. Don't write the whole sentence, just write the end of the sentence. So each of my sentences begins with one thing. All right. One thing I'm going to try out from this webinar or this session in my own online class is, one thing I'm going to try out from this session in my own online class is, all right, we've got breakout rooms, realia, silent dictation. Yeah, mini breaks, Teresa, yeah. Again, mini breaks, Ustay says, I'm risking saying your names now. Apologies if I'm not, pronouncing it correctly. Several of you say silent dictation, yeah, easy to do. My precious, yeah. Elena says precious as well, my precious. Great. Well, I'm glad that you've got, at least one idea that you might try. Lovely. Second sentence, please complete. One thing I'm going to do after lockdown is, whatever phase of lockdown you're in, one thing I'm going to do after lockdown is go to my university, says Senna. Visit my parents likewise. Meet friends. Melis is going to do projects. David is going to hug his students. Right, classroom observations. Travel, says Bushra. Yeah. Kiss my mom. Yes, I know. I haven't seen my daughter for about a month. All right, and my last sentence. One thing I'm going to do tonight is eat falafel, says Senna. Sybil's going to teach online tonight. Kagla is going to watch series. Yeah, we've all become Netflix addicts, right? Okay, play with my family, says Brandma. Okay, great. All right, so again, this is an activity you can see. It's basically a sentence stem. Did you notice the grammar point that I was using? What was the grammar? What was the tense that I was using? As language teachers. Oh, Ashley, you're going to practice Spanish. What tense was that to practice? Language teachers. Yes, says Nezrin. Yeah, exactly. The future, going to for future plans. So you could actually just use a sentence stem. I gave you 3. You could do a few more, 4 or 5 with your students, and you could use the same grammatical structure. You could make it as simple as necessary for lower level learners and as complex as necessary for higher level learners. So for example, you could do something like, if you're teaching adults, when I wish I had known, when I was 16, I wish I had known ... That's a really complex grammatical structure, but you can get your students to finish the sentence. And again, it's personalized. This is what the idea is. Okay, again, easy, simple activity. It requires very, very little preparation, engages the students. Okay. And that leaves us about 7 minutes for Q&A. And here are my contact details, by the way. Please feel free to get in contact. Any questions or comments?
Many great thanks, Nikki. Big kisses and big love to you for such a wonderful session with lots of great practical little takeaway ideas that all of us can apply from Monday morning onwards. Now we're back to full online teaching here in Turkey. We do have some questions, and I'm just going to share my screen with you all. I hope that's okay, Nikki.
Sure.
Just to bring this PowerPoint back up now, if I can, with my fat fingers. Oops, I'm not. Oh. Sharing my messy desktop. There we do have some questions that have come through, and let me just quickly find them if I can. For some reason, I'm having another little problem.
Okay, I think I can see them.
I've got them. Yeah, I've got them. Sorry, Nikki, for jumping in. Just one thing that I did want to say was, when we first started teaching online here in March time, I was invited to observe some lessons, and it was quite interesting that in the first couple of weeks of those online lessons, pretty much all students were using their webcams. And then when I visited the same group of students a couple of weeks later, half of the class had closed their webcams. And then a couple of weeks later, pretty much all students had closed their webcams. It seemed as though they became very lethargic to online teaching, and the kind of the fun of it pretty much diminished in the first couple of weeks. I don't know if you've had similar experiences to that. And I think possibly it might be teachers, I'm not blaming anyone here, but allowing students to close cameras almost sets the kind of the trend for what's going to happen after that. I don't know how you feel about that, Nikki, or if you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you. Yes. The issue of cameras is something interesting. I mean, of course, nobody, you know, when March rolled around, everybody went from one day, literally one day to the next online. There was almost no time to prepare either teachers or students. But ideally, really, you need to have kind of rules of engagement, just like you have classroom rules, like your students can't in the physical classroom, like you don't let your students eat in the physical classroom, right? That's a rule. So when you're in your virtual classroom, presumably you don't let them eat either, but they need to have their cameras on. I mean, if there's no good cultural reason for them not to have their cameras on, and bandwidth and so on isn't really a problem, then it needs to happen. And if you're teaching under 18-year-olds, the parents need to be involved. So I have a good friend of mine here in Spain, who's the director of studies of a language school. He's been having teaching young learners, you know, from age about 7 to 16 since March. And he says what they did was in his school, you know, they wrote to all the parents, they sent them a letter, you know, an email rather, not a letter, not these days, an email saying, you know, this is what's happening. We've moved our classes online. This is how it's going to work. This is what we want the students to do. If the students don't come on time, or if they don't do this or they don't do that, we will let you know. So he said what happened was, you know, he'd have a kid who would come to a class and then say, oh, how come your camera isn't on, you know, Jorge? And Jorge would say, oh, my camera's broken. Or I know. And so, you know, Robert would say, okay, that's great, right? I'll speak to your mum about that. And like 5 minutes later, the kid would go, I fixed the camera. So some kind of accountability needs to be, and maybe that's easier to do with kids in a way. But with adults, I think the same needs to apply. And if your adults are reluctant for whatever reason, then a staged approach through task design is the way to get them on board. So some of the activities that I've shown you, that we've talked about today, where you have to have your camera on to be able to do it. So this one, you know, you absolutely have to have your camera on, otherwise the activity doesn't work. So integrating those into your lessons at every point. And then, you know, if they really are refusing, you can't force them to have their cameras on, but you can certainly, you know, set the scene for situations in which the camera is important.
Yes. Thanks, Nikki. Let me just run through the questions quickly. The first question was, will we be able to obtain these sessions as video files? We will be putting these onto our website within a week or two. Okay, so if we could just ask for your patience with that, and we'll announce when all session videos are up on the website. And that's just the first question there. And then Nurjan Hanum says, when we have hybrid rotation, how can we involve the online students more?
That's a good
I guess
question.
maybe she's thinking about perhaps after December, because we've gone fully online again, maybe she's thinking about perhaps the next stage again of reopening up in January, and how can she manage both, you know, the hybrid context of learners online and students in the classroom.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And the answer is task design. I mean, the important thing about a language class, right, is that the students are speaking at some point, that they are practicing and producing language. So let's imagine we do a task like the top 5 activity, just as an example. So you've got your students in the classroom, they're in pairs, they come up with their top 5 together. You've got your students who are online, they work in pairs in the breakout room. So everybody's doing the same task, right? And they have a goal, and they know what they have to do, and they've got what they need to do it. But then we need to integrate them in the feedback stage. So we get feedback from, you know, this pair here. This pair is going to tell us what their top 5 is, and we take questions. And we do the same with the online pair. So the next one is an online pair needs to feedback on their top 5. The task design is one piece, but the other piece is the kind of the logistics or the setup that you have to the students in the classroom have to be able to see the students online, right? And vice versa. Otherwise, they're each working in some kind of disconnected limbo. That requires, first of all, a projector, so that let's imagine that we are the online group in the class, right? So that we are beamed up onto the screen in the face-to-face class, which is a laptop with a projector, and also that we have speakers connected to us, so that when I'm speaking now to the face-to-face class down in the city, they can actually hear me speaking. And vice versa, there needs to be a microphone that picks up what the other students and the teachers say. So there's 2 parts, I think, to this. It's task design, that's the first thing. Task design, tasks need to be engaging for the face-to-face students and the online students, and they need to be the same task. but then the actual logistics of how they're able to communicate with each other needs to be thought through.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Nikki. Kadir writes, possibly we're still learning the answer to this, but he says, as for face-to-face, the face-to-face teaching environment, has there been any research done in the field of ELT about which platform is the most advantageous for learning? So Zoom, Skype, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, etc.
That's a very interesting question, Kadir. You know, the answer is none and all, because it's not about the technology. It's never about the technology. It's about the teaching. So you need to work with the platform that you have. One thing that is clear, though, is that we need breakout rooms, because if second language acquisition says that students need to produce the language to learn it, right? I mean, we know that, that's a fact. We need to be using a platform that has the capacity for students to be able to produce the language, which would include breakout rooms. So that's for sure. But apart from that, they're all pretty much the same, these video conferencing platforms. And you can do a kind of a lecture-based, unengaging lesson on any of them, or you can do a very nice interactive, you know, varied fun lesson on any of them.
Okay, thank you, Nikki. Just one or two more. Firstly, Murat asks, how can we create breakout rooms? Well, there's lots of videos on YouTube that you can go to for that, to learn more about that. Our next plenary speaker, Russell Stannard, I'm sure would be grateful to show you. And he also has a website where you can, he moves through this process step by step, so you can take in his short videos and he can explain how to do that. How can we make sure that students don't cheat while they're taking online tests or online quizzes if we're unable to assess them in person?
That's a very interesting question, and it is the issue of assessment is being revisited in education generally, not EFL, only EFL, but everywhere, at university level, everywhere. Everybody is asking this question, everybody. And it's basically making educators reevaluate what the purpose of education is. Because if the purpose of education is to memorize answers and then regurgitate them, well, sure, I can copy the next person here or copy what they're doing online, but what is the point of that? Surely we should be reconceptualizing what we assess. If we set assessments that you cannot copy, then there's no chance of cheating. For example, what about if my assessment task was My Precious? What about if I asked you to do My Precious as an assessed task in a live session where I was assessing your speaking? You couldn't possibly suddenly whip out a Benin bronze and repeat my story. You would have to come up with your own sort of thing. So the idea of kind of open-ended assessments, or assessments that are personalized, and let's say they use the word authentic, right? Real life, authentic. My story is a real life, authentic anecdote, if you like. You cannot cheat. It's not possible. So this whole reassessment of assessment, I think, is what is happening overall within education.
Thanks, Nikki. We have a few more questions. Could I be kind just to ask you to keep answers a little bit short so we can get through them, so people can have a little break? I do apologize for that. Let me just move through these.
I have time for all of them, Steve.
There's a lot of questions on turning cameras on and off during lessons, which I'm going to park now. I think we've talked about that enough for now. Somebody anonymous writes, I teach one-to-one online and would love to know any ideas for games that work with just one student. It's pretty specific, but if you have anything in mind there, Nikki.
Any of the activities we've done, you could do one-to-one.
Yeah. Melik asks about shy kids or perhaps introverted kids. I probably think that this is a safer space for them sometimes than the classroom itself. I don't know what you think about how we can support shyer or introverted children.
Yeah, the idea of using breakout rooms, I think we talked about that earlier, giving them the scaffolding and the support and the safe environment to use those. I think, as we said before, the online environment is already favoring the shyer or the more reluctant students. So that's one answer, using breakout rooms. And the other one is scaffolding the task. so that they don't, have to perform suddenly. Hey, Steve, tell me your anecdote from last weekend. I haven't had time to think about it or prepare. Yeah.
Okay. And just the last one for now. Somebody asked do we receive an e-certificate for this? Of course we will, and we'll be sending them to you after the event. Haluk writes here, in an online session, how important do you think screen sharing of a student's book page is? Or maybe students sharing their screens?
Depends on the aims of your lesson. If the aim of your lesson is for everybody to read through the same text at the same time, or if that's something you want to happen in your lesson, then you screen share. But the answer is it depends, as it often does.
Okay. Thanks everybody for your questions. Unfortunately, as always, we've run out of time, or we're running out of time. A huge thanks again to Nikki for spending her valuable time today to join us for the Recharge Summit. I'm looking at the comments in the chat box, and everybody's thanking you enormously, Nikki, for your support. And also thanks to Macmillan Education as well for sponsoring you to be a part of the summit today. So thanks to our dear friends at Macmillan Education too.
Yes, thank you, Macmillan.
So just looking, guys, at the schedule now, we're going to be taking another break again. You can see we've just finished the session with Nikki now, and at 2:30, so just in 10 or 15 minutes time, the concurrent sessions will be starting. Once again, we have 3 more choices for you, 3 different kinds of sessions based on your own teaching context. So we have my colleague Amir, we have dear friend of UES, Özge Karayolu Ergen, and also one of our partners from Highlights, Will also be doing a session as well. So I think you know what to do now. You need to go back to the website, okay? And then on the website, you should see the green join tabs there for you to enter the next session. I know there was a problem with one of the join links this morning, but I think that's been fully resolved now, and everybody should be able to move into those concurrent workshops without any problems at all. So thanks again to Nikki, thanks again to Macmillan Education, but thanks again for all of your participation and questions, and we will return for our next session this afternoon in here from 3:40 with Russell Stannard, who is going to be talking about putting the ELT back into technology. So for now, guys, please do take advantage of the concurrent sessions that are on offer. Let me just look at the chat box very, very quickly. And we'll see you all soon then, I guess, everybody. Thank you for your participation, and enjoy the concurrent workshops, and we'll be back here in just over an hour's time from 3:40 with Russell Stannard. Thanks, everybody.
to mislead. This is all you need. Be your everything, yeah, I'll be your everything. Still too soon to feel. Please just say it's real. More than just a thrill, not just in it for the thrill. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. Your breath it on my body. Babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. Your breath it on my body. Babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love. I'm in it for the love. I'm in it for the love. I'm in it for the love.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the UES ELT, virtual ELT summit. I hope you're all still keeping alive and well after 4 sessions back to back today, but I'm really surprised actually. Today seems to have gone very quickly indeed. We're almost up to the last session of today, which will be our dear friend Russell Stannard. Just while we wait for people to, for the rest of you to join us. Now, I'm just interested to gather some feedback from you. Hello, everybody. So have any of you today attended all 4 sessions? So the 2 plenary sessions and then also 2 concurrent sessions. Ruth says yes, wonderful. Emmanuel said I did as well. Gizem, Nermin, excellent, everybody, really good. And we hope that, thank you. Someone says they've been amazing. Unfortunately, just 2 of them, says Selda. It doesn't matter. We designed the program in this way. So, you know, we understand and appreciate that everybody has families and other commitments. And we originally planned for people to come and go as they please during the 2-day summit. So there really is no pressure to attend every session. There's no final test at the end of tomorrow to see if you've been taking enough notes and listening appropriately. It's great that we're getting lots of good feedback, which is really pleasing after the hard work that the whole of the UES team have put into making this weekend possible. So we're almost at the time to start our last final plenary of the day, and it's with great pleasure to welcome along Russell Stannard, who we work with quite a lot here at UES on various projects. So we've just finished the concurrent sessions there, and we're going to steam ahead into the last plenary session, which is putting the ELT back into technology. Just before we begin, please do make sure that all of your chat comments get sent to panelists and attendees. At the minute, we as panelists are receiving all of these wonderful comments, but it will be great if you can share them together as a group. So please just be mindful of when you select 2 that you're selecting both panelists and attendees as well. Okay, great. A couple of you are asking about recordings of these sessions. We will be putting them on our website in a couple of weeks, in a week or so's time, I should say, sorry. And as soon as we do, we'll get the message out there to all of you. So let's jump in and enjoy our last plenary with dear friend Russell Stannard. So Russell Stannard is the founder of the teachertrainingvideos.com website. And I remember earlier today, some of you were asking how to set up breakout rooms, etc. So if you still have those questions in your mind, don't hesitate to jump across to teachertrainingvideos.com after today's summit is finished, of course, and check out Russell's videos there, where he goes through in real step-by-step details of how you can set up breakout rooms, along with various other things that he's offering there. So Russell is the founder of the teachertrainingvideos.com website, and then this website helps teachers to incorporate technology into both teaching and learning, and to deliver online lessons. He receives more than 1,000 visitors a day. So hopefully after today, he'll get a few more visitors to the website as well. And Russell has received various awards for the work that he has done by the Times Higher for Outstanding Initiative in Technology, by the British Council Elton's Award, Innovation Award, and also his work at the University of Westminster. He's published a lot on topics of feedback and also the flipped classroom and assessment. And Russell has worked with English language teachers here in Turkey for many years now. And as always, we're delighted that he's working with us. And I'm sure, hopefully, he's still as delighted to keep collaborating with the team here at UES. So without further ado, and thank you very much to our lovely friends at Black Cat for sponsoring Russell to take part as a plenary. Today, I'm going to hand over to Russell Stannard. So the floor is all of yours, Russell, and I'll just stop sharing now. Over to you, Russell. Thank you. Do we have sound?
Testing, testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Russell. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, guys. Hi to everybody. Lovely to see you all. Yeah, I've been doing loads and loads of work in Turkey recently. It's been fantastic. I'm aware of that some of you might have seen some of my talks recently. Can I just actually quickly ask you, can you just tell me in the chat window really quickly, have you ever seen a presentation of mine before? Just say yes or no. I just want to check what the number is, because I'm going to be doing some new technologies and some old technologies today. Okay, absolutely brilliant. There's a lot of you here, which is absolutely wonderful. There's 272 of you in the room, or 275 now. Brilliant. So we've got about half and half. Absolutely brilliant. All right. I'm going to try to make it as lively as possible. I'm going to try and make it as hands-on as possible. And I'm just going to start by asking you a quick question. Can you tell me where you're sitting? I'm in my kitchen. I'm actually doing my presentation in my kitchen because I'm out in Poland at the moment, working and studying. And so I'm not in my normal house where I've got a little studio. So I've got people in the living room. I've got a few other people like me in the kitchen. I've got someone in the garden. Fantastic, in the garden. Someone in their office. Someone's in the bedroom. Okay. Someone's on their balcony. So I'm guessing that the weather must be really good. Brilliant. Okay, someone sits on the terrace. We've got another one in the garden. Brilliant. The living room, the bedroom. We've got a few in the bedroom. Someone's more in the kitchen. Brilliant. Okay, so that gives me a bit of an idea of where you are. Now, what I want is another question. Can you tell me two things that you can see in front of you? So I've got a huge microphone here, my Blue Yeti microphone, and I can also see a beautiful view from my window. Well, it's not beautiful, but I can see a view from my window of Krakow, where I currently am. Two things that you can see. So we got a lot of books. Someone's got a lettuce. We got headphones. We got a laptop. We got loads and loads of things. Control, blankets. God, it's a cat. Someone's got a cat in their session. Curtains, pillows, pencil cases. Okay, dog. Incredible. Okay, lovely. Kettle. Someone's just about to make a cup of tea. Brilliant. Okay. Good. Someone can see an orange. Books and pens. Someone's got a curtain. Someone had a dog, I think I saw on there. Brilliant. Okay, brilliant. Right, lovely. Good, 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 good. Okay, let me see if I can just screen share just for a quick minute, okay? Just gonna start with a quick activity to kind of get you going. So let's just jump over to, in fact, let's just jump over really quickly to my presentation, and I'll just jump back to the first slide and open it up for you, get it onto the screen. And just really quickly before I start, just to kind of say what I want to try and do today. So hopefully that will just come up on the make good. What I want to try and do today, let's move this over here, okay, is really encourage you to think about two things, all right? One of them is to really think about the technologies that we learn. So I run big training courses at King's College University with Niall. I do lots of work with UES. And obviously I have my own website. And actually, I only use a few tools. I've been teaching online for 20 years. I don't use hundreds of technologies when I'm teaching online. I tend to really learn certain technologies well. And I've taught thousands and thousands of teachers. And one thing I do notice is that often teachers know the technologies, but they don't know them in detail. So the first thing that I'm going to encourage you to do today is to think about the technologies that you really need to learn and learn those well, because there are technologies that you can use again and again and again and again. All right. So a lot of the hundreds of thousands of technologies that are out there, you can only use them a few times. They're not that useful, but look at the technologies that you can use again and again and again. And the other thing that I want to say is try to link those technologies together. So a big thank you to Black Cat for sponsoring this. I will, it's not a commercial talk, but I will talk at the end a little bit about just a couple of things that they've currently got on offer, but it's not a commercial talk at all. And I'm going to start by just doing a quick activity with you, actually, just to get a feel for you as a group of students. So to do that, I'm going to do a new share. Okay, so I'm just going to click down on here onto, and a lot of people don't realize that you can do this, but you can actually jump over and do a new share. And I've come onto Answer Garden, and in Answer Garden, I'm just going to ask you one question. Okay, and the question I'm going to ask you is, name the technology. So a really simple question, you like best. Now, it might be that you don't like any technologies, but hopefully there's one technology you like, whether it's PowerPoint or Microsoft or Zoom or Quizlet or whatever. So I'm just literally writing that question, name the technology you like best. And I'm going to come down to the bottom here. I'm going to make it 40, the length of the question. Just write the name of the technology, nothing else to do. Okay, so I'm just going to make sure that I'm sharing my screen. Just make sure that you can see that what I'm sharing. Yes, you can, so it's no probs. And I'm just going to put down at the bottom here, all I need to do is to create the question. Okay, so I've got the question now on the screen, and I'm just going to copy that link. Okay, I'm going to come back to the stop sharing. I'm going to come into the breakout room, and I'm going to share with you. Okay, hopefully I can share this to everybody, not just to the panelists. So just make sure that all panelists and attendees, I'm going to share this link with you. All you need to do is click on the link. Okay, click on the link, and then just on the screen, write your answer. Let me just show you how I want you to do that. So if I just come back and just quickly show you, you literally just write your answer in here. I'm going to say, name the technology you like best. And I'm going to say Mentimeter. I really am a fan of Mentimeter. I've spent a lot of time looking at Mentimeter and how it works. And there are many technologies that I use, but I'm going to put Mentimeter. So I'm going to write that. And as soon as I write it, it will appear on the screen. So I'm just going to share that link with you now. Okay, come back to stop sharing. Just come back. I'm going to paste that link into the screen. And I just want you to click on that link and then write your answer. I just want to collect all your answers together in one place. I could have done this in the chat window, but I can't follow the chat window when you've got 374 people online. So what I want to do is just to see what you think. Now, if I come back and I'm going to screen share what's going on the screen, I'm hoping that I'm going to see lots and lots of answers. Already loads of you are starting to answer. I can see. I'm going to screen share this so that you can see. So everyone, just click on that link. If you can't open it, it may be because your internet connection is really slow. Okay, if you don't forget, this is a Zoom session and we've got connected to over 300 people. So some of you may find if you've got a slow connection, this doesn't work. It should work okay for most of you. Just click on the link and you should be able to just click and write your answer. Don't forget, it's going to open in another window. Now, if I quickly jump back, and just going to quickly have a quick look. I can see that loads of you have written up your answers. I'm going to screen share so that you can see what's happening on the screen. And look, everyone's writing up. So at the moment, number one technology, okay, is Kahoot, Wordwall, Mentimeter. We've got a couple people with Kahoot and PowerPoint, Bamboozle, Seesaw, WebEx. Okay, Google Slides, Interest. So we've got loads of things coming up onto the screen. A lot of you seem to like Kahoot, okay? Some of you are talking about Menti, okay, Mentimeter, which I like. We've got Google Classroom there. Bamboozle, I've seen that. I've never used it myself. Nearpod, which is a lovely technology that's got really lovely. So this is why I like Answer Garden. It's a really quick way of collecting together everybody's ideas, okay? Quizzes, okay, which we might look at today. So really lots of nice technologies coming up onto the screen there. Google Meets, Microsoft. I can see that slowly people are getting more and more familiar with these different technologies that are around, okay? So really nice to kind of get a quick idea here of the different technologies that we can use. Okay, good. So let me just come back. I won't stop sharing just for a second. Okay, that's a lovely technology. If you want to collect everyone's ideas together super quickly, it's called Answer Garden. I literally just write the question, share the link, no logging in. Now you can moderate it. If you're worried about what students write, you can click at the bottom on the moderate button and you can actually control what people write. I didn't do that, and I'm just going to quickly show you. So if I come back to Answer Garden here, absolutely fantastic. All your answers on the screen there. Okay, loads. Let's just refresh it and see what people have been writing. Okay, so even more coming up on the screen now. Okay, absolutely brilliant. So thank you for doing that. And there was a total of 37 votes for Kahoot. So Kahoot seems really popular. If I do an Answer Garden, just to point something out to you, because some people say to me, yeah, but Russell, if I do this Answer Garden, then maybe when I'm working with Answer Garden, the students, you know, they're going to write something inappropriate, but you can moderate, okay? And you can do that also so whenever you make a question, and all you need to do to make a question is go to Answer Garden, click on the plus button, and simply come down here. You have the option, if you want to moderate. And what will happen in moderate is when you open it up, click on the moderate button at the bottom, and then you just say approve, 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 and you can moderate it. Now, obviously, I didn't moderate today because we've got 300 people in the classroom, and so that wasn't, it would have been obviously taking a long time. But if you've got 20 or 30 students in the class, no problems at all. Now, next thing I want to do is I'm just going to quickly come back to my presentation, and then I'm just going to sort of talk about a couple of bits. So I'm just going to jump back in here and do a new screen share so that you can all see what's happening on my screen. Okay, so back again. So we jumped back into the presentation just for a quick sec. As I said, I'm going to try and make this as interactive as possible. Food for thought then is 2 points. Linking activities together, and I'm going to try and do some examples today to really make that clear to you. And then the other thing that I want to do is to look at, talk about the key tools. And I can notice that a lot of you are kind of using some of these key tools already. I didn't notice, for example, though, that WordWall was on the screen. Now, WordWall is one of the most useful technologies that I've come across, and I've introduced it recently in some of the sessions. So I would definitely be looking at WordWall today. My argument is link the activities together as much as possible and look at the technologies that you learn them well and use them again and again and again. Okay, rather than using loads and loads of different technologies that really confuse you so you can't focus on the pedagogy. So learn a few tools well, and then you can think more about the pedagogy and less about the technologies themselves. Okay, and that's one of the key things that I want to bring out from today's session. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump back to do another screen share, and I'm going to open up another technology here called Mentimeter. Now, I really like Mentimeter because I can literally do an activity and then share it with my students and collect all their information almost immediately. Now, the reason I say Mentimeter is a good technology is it's a perfect example of what I'm saying, of a technology that we can use again and again and again and again. When you make a Mentimeter, and they're free and you're not limited by the number of Mentimeters you make, you literally write in a question and then share the link with the students. Now, you can do speech bubbles, you can do true or false, you can do multiple choice, you can collect opinions, you can get them to write in an answer, you can get them to rank answers, so you can put a question with, say, 5, and then they choose the best one, the second best, the third. So this technology does loads and loads of things. So this is why I like this technology, because you can use this not once, not twice, but many, many times. Now, I've set up a really simple activity for us. I'm going to show you it first. And okay, and the question that I'm going to ask you is really simple, and say, what do you struggle with? Okay, so that's the question I'm going to write. What do you struggle with when you teaching online? Okay, just to collect your ideas together. All right, and I just want to show you how this technology works. So it's a free technology. You're not limited like Answer Garden. There's no limit. You can use it as many times as you like. And I've simply written in the question, I better write the question correctly. So the word R for struggle. What do you struggle with? So what do you find difficult when you're teaching online? So I've written the question, and the type of question that I've chosen for this one is open-ended, but I could have done multiple choice, word cloud, scales. Yeah, you can scale things, ranking first, second, third, Q&A, select the answer, type the answer, loads of possibilities. The one I'm going to do today, though, is I'm going to collect your ideas. So open-ended, and then I'm going to do a flow grid. That's all I need to do. Okay, so I just clicked on new presentation, wrote in the question, chose the type of question I want, and now I'm going to click on the share button, and I'm just going to copy that link. Now, all I want you to do is, and I'll show you what it looks like. I'm going to ask you to click on that link and write your answer. What do you struggle most with when teaching online? What do you find the hardest? Is it the contact with the students? Is it assessment? Is it the problems with the technology? Is it making the lesson interesting, etc.? So I'm going to stop sharing a minute, and I'm just going to share that link with you in the window. Okay, press on enter. And I want you just to click on that link, and you should be able to see that you'll be able to write your answer. And in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up another browser and kind of show you what that's going to look like. Okay, so you should literally just see a window where you just write your answer, and I'm going to show you what it looks like so you can see it yourself. All right, so if I screen share this, you'll see this window. Just write in your answer and then submit it to me, and I will collect all those answers back. I know there's about 200 of you online, so I'm expecting to get back to some really interesting answers. So just tell me, what do you struggle with when you're teaching online? Okay. And hopefully within a few seconds, I'm going to get lots and lots of answers coming up onto the screen. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this into present mode so that I can actually kind of see. And there's a lot of you beginning to answer this question already. There's about 80 of you already answering the question on the screen there. So absolutely fantastic. And what I'm going to do, just jump back, and I'm going to do a screen share so you can actually see all your answers beginning to appear on the screen. Motivating students, student motivation, internet connection, keeping the students engaged, the problem of distance, the connection, ghost students, yeah, students that aren't interacting in the lesson is a real problem. Okay, good. So lots more ideas coming up. There's about 120 of you now answered. I'm screen sharing your answers as they're coming in onto the screen for me. Yeah. Adapting the course book. I think that's a really good point as well. The level of the internet is a big problem, definitely a big problem. Shy students. Okay. The number. Okay. Assessment. How do we check understanding? I think that's a really important point as well. Okay. Okay, good. So this is a lovely technology, if you don't know Mentimeter, for doing this, okay? Checking understanding, getting the students to interact, and again, you can collect together all their ideas in one place, okay? A free technology, no limits to how many times you can use it. I have hundreds and hundreds, well, not hundreds, I'm exaggerating, but 100 presentations that I might have done using Mentimeter to collect people's ideas and to put them all together in one screen. And you can see that it's lovely that we get all this information that we can come back on. Okay, such a simple technology to use. Okay, just gonna give you a couple more minutes. There's 160 something of you now logged in and answered the question, so you can imagine how much information how much information after that after you've set a question like this and got the students to write their answers, you're just going to get absolutely masses of information together. Okay, just going to come back onto the screen again just for a second. Just come back into my presentation just really quickly. Okay, so just jumping back here, let me just open it up again onto the screen. Keep jumping in and out of the presentation all the time. So what I'm trying to say is that around my lessons when I'm teaching, I'm only using a few tools, and Mentimeter would be one of them, because Mentimeter does so many things, okay? And I'm going to quickly show you just how easy that is to do. And then what I want to start to do is to think about how could we link things better together? And I just want to talk a little bit more about that and show you some examples of what I mean, okay? So if I just come back and do another screen share and have a quick look again at Mentimeter. So I'm just going to click on here. I can see all the answers that have come up onto the screen. I'm going to kind of close that down a minute now and just come back in and just really point this out to you. 1 second, sorry, I'm in full screen mode and I don't want to come out of full screen mode. So let me just come out here. Lovely. Okay, so what I want to do, hopefully you can see on the screen now Mentimeter. Let me just check that you can, so I can do a new share and make sure you're seeing the same as me. You are. Lovely. Okay, so what I just want to point out to you, if I come back to my homepage, okay, Mentimeter, if you sign up, it's free. You can see here just how often I use this technology. I'm using it all the time. I'm going to click on new presentation. Okay, and I'm literally going to just put in a question here. I'm going to put Turkey. Okay. question 2. Okay, so I'm going to create a new question. Now, actually, when you create a question, when you make a presentation, you're not even limited to one question. You can actually have 3. I don't use it like that. I tend to use it with just 1. So literally now, all I need to do is to decide, okay, what question type? So what slide am I going to add? And I can just choose. Is it going to be multiple choice? Okay, if I want to do that, or is it going to be a word cloud, or is it going to be open-ended, or is it going to be the one that I just did, which is Q&A, or is it going to be a ranking question? So for example, let's say I wanted to do a ranking question. I could click on the ranking question, and then I could say, okay, I want you to rank these technologies. Which of these technologies, okay, do you like best, for example? Okay, and then I could put 4 items in here. Zoom, let's say. Okay, I already know that you all like Kahoot, but Zoom, Kahoot, you know, and then I'm going to put in, say, Socrative. Okay, and then I'm going to put in, say, Mentimeter. I'm just trying to show you how easy this is to do, all right, and why there are certain technologies that I use again and again and again. So I've written in my fast. I can even add more answers if I want to add more answers. I'm just going to use 4. And then literally the only button I need to click on once I've done that, right, is, and I can add, as I say, click here if I want to add another answer, is click on share. And I simply share that link with my students, and then my students can come in and answer that question, okay? And what I can do while they're answering the questions, I can click on the present button and it will present their answers, okay? So in this particular one, if I was to quickly just click on the share button and copy that link just to quickly show you, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over to another browser. I'm going to just re-screen share so you can see this. Just going to show you what that question would actually work like. So if I jump over here and I was to paste that one in, okay, it's a totally different type of question, then you have to rank it. So option 1, I'm choosing Zoom. Option 2, I'm going to choose Kahoot. Option 3, I'm going to choose Mentimeter. Option 4, I'm going to choose Socrative. And then I submit it. Bang. Okay, I'm not going to ask you to do that because of time. I might do a little activity like that at the end, but just trying to show you that these core technologies, Padlet, Mentimeter, are really good because you can use them in so many different ways. So learn the technologies, the key ones, learn the key ones and learn them well because they offer lots and lots of options. Okay, now, next thing I want to talk about as part of this presentation is, as I said in my presentation a little bit earlier, is talking about linking. How do we link this together? So we got these tools and we learn to use them well, but what we want to start doing is linking it, linking the homework to the lesson, linking different activities together to create a bit more of an atmosphere around an activity. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a couple of examples of how I do that. Okay, so we're going to jump away from Mentimeter. I definitely think Mentimeter is one that you should learn. I'm going to give you some videos at the end that show you how to use Mentimeter. So if you want to learn it, if you liked what you saw and you want to learn more, I'm going to give you some videos and you can watch me showing you in more detail how to use Mentimeter. But I'm going to jump back a minute. I'm going to do a new screen share. And what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to jump over. Okay, so let me just close that down for now. So let me just move that over there and just close that down. I'm going to close down Answer Garden for now. I'm going to jump on to another technology and I'm going to click over here and I'm going to come over to Google Earth. Now, I have done this a couple of times before, so I'm sorry if some of you who have followed my presentations before have seen me do this, but it really is worth doing, and especially the way that I'm going to do it today. I'm going to try and link it all together. So we're opening up a technology called Google Earth, and Google Earth is free. As long as you've got access to Google, then you've got access to Google Earth. So hopefully I can get it open up onto the screen. It does sometimes take a little while to click on and do that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from the start. Okay, so when you come onto Google Earth, then you've just literally come onto this website like this. Okay, you come onto Google Earth and all you need to do is click over here and choose a place you want to visit. Now, I'm going to visit, I know Steve is a supporter of Derby County. So I'm going to annoy him because actually I'm a Chelsea supporter. So I'm going to take Steve off to see Chelsea, okay, which is my football club, which is a lot better than his football club. We stole his manager though. He had a good manager at Derby County. This is Chelsea's football stadium. So I can visit different places and then bring them to life, okay, like I'm doing now. And this, I want you to listen. I'm going to do a little presentation. And I often get students to do this. I get them to present places, maybe somewhere they'd like to visit or somewhere they visited, or I connect it to the book. If you're using a book and you've got a unit on earthquakes, or you've got a unit on waterfalls, or you've got a unit on South America or whatever, you can use Google Earth to take the people off to see these places. So I'm going to do a quick presentation. This is Stamford Bridge. This is the home of my football team, Chelsea. And I first went to Chelsea in 1972. So the first game I ever saw Chelsea play was in 1972. And they played Leeds United and we won 4-0. So I was really happy. Chelsea was formed, the football club was formed in 1905. I can do this in 2D. And if we look at 2D, we can see that Chelsea's got a museum here. And it's also got one hotel here and another hotel here. It's quite a big stadium, about 42,000 people. Chelsea's not in Chelsea, actually. It's in Fulham. It's very near to Chelsea, but actually Fulham, it's actually really in Fulham. So if we come back to the 3D view, actually you can see here, this area, and I'll just stop it. This area is actually called Fulham Broadway, this area here. And this is Chelsea over here. And just behind Stamford Bridge, Chelsea's ground, there is a big stadium, a big cemetery, quite a famous cemetery called West Brompton Cemetery, okay? So that gives you just a little bit. I'm just going to click into the 2D view a minute, so we just bring it back here and just show you something else. Okay, so Chelsea play in blue. If I come down here, I'm just going to stop it here. If I take this little man, I'm going to drop down, actually down to where I go into the stadium. So I'm going to drop down here and I'm just going to click here, and you can see here now where I actually come into the stadium. And I go to the great games with my brother, and we normally meet for a beer first, and then we go into the ground and watch Chelsea play. Okay, now hopefully you were listening. I'm going to stop sharing. In fact, what I'm going to do just really quickly while I'm just on here is I'm going to open up a technology called Word Wall. Now this is absolutely fantastic. I would say at the moment, I'm going to just reshare. Okay, so I'm going to say that I think that this really may become one of the most popular technologies in the future. It really is fantastic. You can make loads and loads of games and activities from one technology. And the one that I want to show you today is that I've actually made an activity about what we've just done there. So I'm just going to see if I can quickly click on it. Okay, here it is. It's called About Chelsea. I'll show you this technology in a minute in more detail. So we're opening up this activity called About Chelsea. And what I want you to do is I want to see if you remember everything I was just telling you. So I'm going to share a link with you and I want you to play this game. And let me just make sure that we got the sound on so that you can actually hear this as well. So if I play this, okay. And if I want to, if I kind of, what I want you to do is Russell first watch Chelsea, okay, play in 1972. Russell is a season ticket holder. Chelsea's colour is blue. Russell is, okay, Chelsea's stadium is Stamford Bridge, okay. Chelsea was founded in 1905, yeah. Russell, okay, is a football team in London. So now that's Chelsea is a football team in London, and that's Russell. So you've got to put the answers in, and then you're going to submit them. Okay, and then it's going to give you immediate feedback on whether you got the answers wrong or right. So what I'm trying to do is I'm connecting two things. I'm using Google Earth, and then I've made this game in WordWall. Now, WordWall, I'm going to get you to play this game. So I'm going to click on Share, and I'm going to click on Set Assignment, and I'm simply going to click on Start. And I'm going to copy this link and I'm going to give you this link and I want you to play this game. Now, WordWall has more than 30 different games. So that message that I'm saying, learn a technology well that you can use again and again and again. And think about connecting. So I'm connecting Google Earth with WordWall. Now, I know some of you would have already seen this because I have presented this a couple of times in Turkey, okay? But I'm going to paste this one out in, okay, and give you a link. I'm going to be, for those of you that have seen this, I promise you I'm going to be presenting another technology in a minute that I'm hoping you haven't used. But just simply click on that link, and hopefully that if you click on it, you should be able to do that activity. So were you listening to me is my question. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to do that activity. When you finish the activity, guys, can you just write in the chat window, done? Okay, so that I know that you've actually completed that particular activity, okay? And just while you're doing that, I'm just going to get something ready on the screen as well, hopefully for a minute's time. So let me just have a quick look. So just going to give you a moment of silence just to get that activity done. Okay. Great. Okay. Okay, so just as you're all adding up your ideas onto the screen, and I can see a lot of you have already done that activity, okay? 30-something games with WordWall, but I'm going to show you in a minute another example and show you exactly how I made it, okay? I just really is fantastic because you can link things together really quickly. Okay, we've got more than 400 of you online now, so it's going to take a little while. I'm going to give you, and I have to do these things live. It really doesn't work unless I show you that they really can work. If they can work with 405 students in a class, then they can definitely work in the class with your students. Okay, just going to give you another couple of minutes, and then okay, I'll send you the link again, guys. Yep. Okay, so I'm just going to paste that link in. There it is. Okay, let me just make sure. I'll just put that in again a couple of times so everyone can see it. Okay. If you didn't do the link, then just click on it there. And I can already see that many of you have been doing this activity. So what I'm trying to do is I'm linking things together. I'm linking Google Earth with working with WordWall as a way of checking understanding. Okay. Just give you one more minute, guys, to do that activity. And then we're going to come back and have a look at another example that I've done. And we're going to just show you how easy it is to use this technology. Okay. Right, guys. So let's just jump back and have a quick screen share. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about this technology. Okay. Absolutely brilliant. And I want to be, there's a couple of things to keep in mind when you're working with WordWall. So I'm just going to jump back here and open it up again. First thing, let me just move that out of the way. First thing is, if I come up to the screen here, if I come to the results, okay, so I'm going to click on the results a minute, I can come down and you can see how often I use this technology, and I can see 129 of you have done that activity. And if I click here, I can even get the results and see who was the fastest at doing it. Okay, so it gives me instantly a breakdown of who was the fastest student. In this particular instance, if anyone made any mistakes, etc., etc. Look at that, incredible. Now that technology is free, and I just want to come over to the activities that you can create, and I just want to be absolutely clear. Look at this number of game types that you can create. Absolutely masses and masses of game types. Okay, absolutely masses of them. Okay, and it really is, they're free. You can have 5 free activities, so you are only limited to making 5 for free. But what you can do is have 2 accounts. So I have 2 email accounts that I log in. I've got 5 on one and 5 on the other. So that way I can keep using or making games. Now any game that you make, you can edit and use it again. So you can keep changing the games. Once you've made a game, you can change it, edit it, and use it a second time, okay? So let's carry on with this idea of linking things together, okay? And let's look at this technology, okay? So it's so easy to make the activities, and I'm going to give you an example. Now, I've done a slightly, I've already created one for you, but I'm just going to kind of take you through it, all right? So first thing I'm going to do is just for a minute, and I guess I wanted to bring this into the, I want to do kind of show you, if I just jump back over to the word wall and just jump over to where I want to got here. The people that I'm doing the presentation for today, Black Cat, as I said, this is nothing commercial. They have some free videos that they make use of. And I want to show you an example of how we could link using video content, okay, using video content with a lesson. So I just showed you an example of using Google Earth and linking it, but now I'm going to do one with a video, and we're going to use this video here, okay, called Emotions. And it's a poem, actually, and I'm just going to play it to you. I think it's only about 50 seconds, if I remember rightly. So I'm going to play this poem to you, and I will give you a link to this content. It's all free, okay? And what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to make sure that, just going to click on the share button and make sure we got the sound shared. So I'm just going to literally, just for 50 seconds, I'm going to play this poem, and then I'm going to make an activity that I could link with this, so I could get the students to do this for homework or even in the class. So let's just quickly play the video, okay? So hopefully you can, you're getting that screen shared. I'm just going to play it. It's only 50 seconds.
I opened a book to learn something new, languages, culture, for something to do. What I discovered was so much more. I uncovered emotions that I felt to my core. Courage, hope, freedom and fear. When I read Romeo and Juliet, I shed a tear. 3 men on a boat, I won't lie. I laughed out loud. It's funny, that's why. Murder on the Orient Express, that has got to be one of the best. It dragged me in, it got me intrigued. I wanted to know what the author had up her sleeve. Stories, emotions, what a great way to learn. Open a book, now it's your turn.
Okay, now I really like that poem. I really enjoyed that, and I'm a massive fan of readers. I'm here in Poland studying Polish at the moment, and I use readers all the time. And what I'm going to do now is, so you've seen that poem, and I'm going to click back now and show you how we could link that to an activity. So I'm going to jump back and just going to close that down 1 second.
The teacher is bananas.
Yeah? Wait, did you say? Okay, come back to WordWall, and I've already made an activity for you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to click on My Activities. Okay, so I'm just going to remember, when you work with Wordle, you've got loads and loads of activities, and I'm going to show you first how I made this activity. So I'm going to click here and click on Edit Content, and all I did was take some sentences from that poem. I opened a book to learn something new. What I discovered was so much more. When I read Romeo and Juliet, I shed a tear. Stories and emotions, what a great way to learn. Open a book, now it's your turn. I laughed out loud, it's funny, and that's why. I wanted to know what the author had up her sleeve. So I've taken these phrases from the video so I could get my students to watch the video for homework or do it in the class and then play a game. And it took me literally 2 minutes to make the game. I clicked on edit, I wrote in the sentences, and then all I got to do, so I just took sentences from the video, simply as that. I click on done. And the game is made. It's that simple. So I can instantly connect watching a video with doing an activity with WordWall. So I'm going to click on the share button, and we're going to do the same as we did before. This is actually quite similar to the last activity, but that doesn't matter. I'm just trying to show you how easy it is to make these games. Remember, you have 30 activity types. Yeah, so I'm just showing you one of the kind of simpler ones, but I'm going to click on start. I'm going to click on copy. I want you to try to do this, complete the sentences. Now, I know you only watched the video once. If I was doing this in the class, I would watch it 2 or 3 times. But hopefully, if I click on the new share button, let me just come back. Sorry, stop sharing a minute. Stop share. Just going to come back. Okay. I'm going to paste in that link. And I want you now to click and try and do that activity for me, okay? So what I'm doing is I'm linking the content from Black Cat, free video content. I really like that poem. I love to encourage students to do reading, and link that to doing an activity in the WordWall. So can I get you very quickly to do that? Just give you a couple of minutes. Again, click on the link and just match the words and the sentences together, okay? Really a lovely technology if you're trying to do basically assessment around formative assessment, make your lessons a bit more interactive, connect things together. But remember, word wall, 30 different games in one technology. The best thing to do with this technology, guys, though, is to make sure that you have at least 2 email accounts that you log in. You can have 5 free games on one and use them again and again, and 5 free games on the other one. Okay, so just thank you for writing in the word done in the window. It's really helping me to know, because it's very difficult. I've got 401 of you online at the moment. Incredible. So it's a big group. The technology seems to be working really well as well, which is quite challenging under these circumstances. Just give you a couple of moments. So again, the points I'm making: linking, learn the key technologies that are going to help you to focus on the pedagogy, the formative study, getting the students to interact with the content. Okay, don't worry about all these hundreds and hundreds of technologies around. Focus on these big tools, and it seems to be what most of you are doing anyway, which is great news. The Kahoots, the Mentimeters, the word walls, these technologies that you can use again and again and again. Padlet, for example. Okay, just give you a couple more minutes to complete that activity. Okay. So loads of you, just please, when you finish, write in the window done, so that I can simply see that you've actually done the activity. Okay. So loads of you have, don't forget any of these technologies that you're learning with me today. If you want to learn them, I've got a special handout at the end that will give you a link to all of the content, okay, that I'm using today. So videos, how to use Mentimeter, videos, how to use WordWall, videos, how to use Answer Garden, etc., etc. Okay. Yeah, more is less. Honestly, really lovely comment that someone's just made there. More is less. I think that's so true. A lot of teachers, when they come to me, are surprised because they say, Russell, do you know this? Do you know that? I said, no, I don't know it. But then I say to them, well, do you know Padlet? They tell me, yes, they do. I show them a load of things in Padlet. They say, I didn't know it did that. So people have a tendency not to learn the technologies well, but know a little bit about a lot of technologies. More is less, as someone's just written. Okay. Right, guys, let's have a quick look at how you're getting on. Okay, so just going to come back here to the screen share. Let's have a quick look at the last game that you played. So up we come onto the screen again, and we just did that activity, which was a kind of, again, just to check your understanding. All right, so if I click on the button here, and it was a poem, and I made that game. It took me 2 minutes. I just wrote the sentences. I listened to the video, I wrote the sentences. I clicked on game, and then I've made an activity for my students to do. And again, we know that if we go to the results, I can actually just click on the results and instantly see how well the student did the activity. Okay, let me just quickly come back here. Now, it's always going to be a bit slow when I've got 500 or 400 people pushing data onto my account. Okay, so if you use this in your situation, you shouldn't find, so 120 of you did that activity. And if I click here again, I'm going to get instant information about how much you've done the activity, etc. Okay. So one minute, it's just coming up a little bit slow. Just why I'm saying that, just a final thing about WordWall. There it is. It's come up onto the screen. Okay, just going to come down here. And I can see here now it's giving me which students got which answers incorrect, which ones I might need to teach again. So I can see, for example, that this activity here, 40 of the students got that incorrect. So I need to go back and do that, check that and go over that particular point again. Now, obviously, I rushed you to do this. I only played the video once, so I would never do that in the class. So if I was going to do this in the lesson, I would give the students time to listen and take notes and work with the video content, okay? But the idea is that we've got masses and masses of content that we can work with, okay? So that's really, really useful, okay? Now, I'm just going to come back in, just want to sort of do one last thing there, okay? Hopefully I'm on the right and going in the right direction here. I'm just going to stop sharing and just before I do, just look at the number of activities here: quizzes, random wheel, group sort, find the match, match in pairs, unjumbles, fantastic. Write the sentences and it all jumbles them up. The students have to drag them all into place. Hangman, anagram, missing words, quiz game show, which is great fun. Whack-a-mole, which is a kind of gamey type of activity. So loads and loads of different activities using here. And as I said, you can have up to 5 for free, and you can edit and use those activities time and time again. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. Okay, I'm just going to come back into the main window. Right, guys, can I tell you, is this okay? Is this helpful? Are you getting the message that I'm trying to put across to you? Linking the games together. How can you link video with, really, really important to try and get that. So I just want to get a bit of feedback and just see, am I going in the right direction? Okay, so I can see lots of ideas coming up onto the screen. Just give you one quick second to put up your feedback. I'm going to turn off the video because my internet's getting a little bit slow as well. So while I'm doing this presentation, I'm going to just turn the video off for a second. Okay. Okay, guys. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully this is useful to you. And I'm going to jump in now and kind of just do one more technology that I want to look at. Okay. So good. Don't forget, what I'm going to give you at the end here is some videos to help you to learn these technologies. So I'm just going to jump off, do another screen share. And I'm just going to come back and just point out one last technology today. Now, I must admit my internet is getting a little bit slow, guys. So hopefully, this often happens when I've got so many people online and all the data coming in onto the system. Let me just try and close down a couple of windows. It might slow down things a little bit as well. So I'm going to close down that. I'm going to close down Google Earth. Okay, and I'm going to just come back and just want to show you one more technology if I can bring it in before we end the day. And this is one I haven't presented to you before. And so what I'm going to just look at, okay, is a website called quizzes.com. Hopefully you know it. Okay, quizzes.com. And I'm going to just log in and just talk a little bit about this. And we're going to try and do a quick activity together. So I'm just going to come into my account, quizzes.com. Now, just while it's loading, just to say, Quizzes is a really nice technology if you like using things like Kahoot and Socrative. But actually, when you're teaching online, it's even an easier technology to use than if you're working with Kahoot and Socrative. It really is a lovely technology when you're kind of working in an online situation, because you don't need to screen share the questions. When you're working with Kahoot, really what you need to do is the students log in with their telephones and they see the questions on the screen, but they need to actually answer the questions on their telephone. When you work with Quizzes, which kind of works in a similar sorts of way, then the difference is that when we work with Quizzes, the questions actually appear on our telephones. And I'm going to do a quick example with you, okay? So what I'm going to do is I've got some examples here, very similar to Kahoot, okay? So I'm going to click on this one here, a visit to London. And I've just got 4 questions in this particular activity. I'm just going to open it up onto the screen, okay? And one of the nice things about Quizzes is you just make a quiz, very simple to Kahoot, very similar to Kahoot or Socrative. You can make a quiz, and then you've got 2 ways that you can work with the technology. In fact, you've got 3 ways, because you can set it as a homework activity. So you can just click on assign as homework. And if you click on the assign as homework, you simply share a link with your students, okay? So you share that link with them. They then can do the homework whenever they do it, and you will be able to track and see who has done the homework. So when a student logs in and does the homework, you come back online, you click on assign homework, and you can see who has done the homework and who hasn't done it. So you can set up a quiz for homework, but you can also do a quiz live, okay? So if I click on the live button here, we get 2 different paces. We can either do it in classic mode, which means that the students do the quiz, and they just work through it all on their own, or we can do it as instructor paced. And that means that it's just one question at a time, okay? So I'm going to try and do it instructor paced. So I'm going to click on instructor paced, okay? And we're going to set up an instructor paced activity. So hopefully I'm going to bring that up onto the screen, okay? So we got these options. When you do it instructor paced, more or less you can just keep the settings as you like. Now, what I would do with this activity is, again, I would be linking it. So let's imagine, for example, that I've used Google Earth and we've visited Big Ben. Okay, so I don't know if I can do this because my internet's getting a little bit slow, but let's just see. If we can't do it, I'll just talk through it, but I'm going to just simply click on Google Earth. So I'm just going to click onto Google Earth and just see if I can get onto Google Earth and do the activity with you. Okay, if we can't, we won't worry too much. We can just do it as just doing the most important part of this is the activity. You've already seen how Google Earth works. But again, what I would be doing is clicking here and coming down to my Google Earth option. Just 1 second. Okay, I had Google Earth open it up earlier and I should have perhaps just left it open, but let's just see if I can do this. All right, so I'm going to jump over to Google Earth. Google Earth comes up onto the screen. So again, I'm going to link a Google Earth presentation with doing an activity. And this time we're going to be using our mobile phone. So just going to have to wait a couple of seconds before this uploads. Quizzes.com, just talking in the background why I get this ready. Quizzes.com, the way that it works is, again, you can create a free account as a teacher. When you log in to work with quizzes, make sure that you use the free account, okay? So you want to log in as a teacher, use the free account. Now, it's taking a bit of time to log Google Earth at the moment, so I might have to just stop that. I'm not quite sure why. I've got super duper fast internet connection, but it's definitely causing me trouble today. So let me just, it's coming now. It might be my plug, actually. I've just tried to push it in and see if it was the plug that was causing the problem. Let's see if we can get it working. So quizzes, what I like about quizzes is when you make a quiz, you've got lots of different options in terms of the types of activities that you can create. Again, so we're not limited to one type of question. There are about 5 or 6 different question types. Guys, I'm not going to do the Google Earth because I can't get it to load. Let's concentrate on the most important thing, which is to get the actual quizzes working. Okay, so let me just jump back. Sorry about that. So it's not coming up onto the screen. Let's just have a look, see if I can get the quizzes up again. 1 second. Okay, let's just do it this way. So, okay, so I'm going to, let's imagine that I've done the presentation, okay, and now I'm going to click here on continue, and it's going to set up an activity. Now, what I want you to do is to get your telephones. For this particular activity, all you're going to need is your telephone. So I want you to simply get a telephone, and all I want you to do is to go to, on your telephones, go to joinmyquiz.com. Just go to joinmyquiz.com and enter the code 390950. Just pick up your telephone, go, and I'm doing the same myself now. Just go to joinmyquiz.com. Okay, joinmyquiz.com. I can see Carla's already joined, so she's the first in. I'm trying to do the same as well. I'm going on to joinmyquiz.com. Click on it, and you should just be able to put in your number. So it says just put that code in. So it's 390950. Okay. Click on join. Just add your name. Okay. Lovely tool because this is completely free. Okay. It seems to be running all right. Sorry about the technology. I've even got a hardwired connection, so I'm not really sure why it's happening, but it sometimes happens when I've got so many people joining me on different accounts, but we're still going to give it a try. So you're going to have to wait for me to click on the start button. Just going to give you a couple of minutes more just to get ready. Don't forget, go to joinmyquiz.com. Use your tablet, use your telephone, put in the number 390950. Quiz.com, free technology, lots of different question types. You can include pictures in them. You can have video in them. I've just done a really simple one. Again, what we would normally do is link this. So what I was planning to do today was do a presentation in Google Earth about London and then ask you some questions. Unfortunately, the internet was a little bit slow. It might be because I'm trying to get 400 of you to log on to these different systems that I'm working with. So just going to win nearly up to 100 now. Let's just wait a couple more minutes and see if we can get a few more of you in. Okay. I'm not even sure what the limit on this game is. I think the most I've ever had before is about 90, 100 people. There's already 107 of you. Okay. Joinmyquiz.com. Just go onto your telephones, joinmyquiz.com. and just log in. Right, let's start the game because of time. We're running out of time. I'm going to click on start. Okay, hopefully, if I click on the start button, hopefully the game's going to start. So let me just try that now. And it's not, it's causing me trouble again. So let me just, I'm just going to do something in the background, guys, because when I'm screen sharing, that may be the problem. Okay, so let me just stop screen sharing. Okay, I'm going to jump out of screen share. Let's see what I can do. And I'm just going to come back in the background and hopefully click on the start button. And let's see if I can get this quiz going. Oh dear, very frustrating. I'm not being able to get this last one working, which is a real shame. No, I'm not going to be able to do it, which is a really shame. I think it's because there's still loads of people logging in and I can't get it started. So maybe it's just overloading with 100 and something people on board the game now, which is, so I'm just trying to get it started, guys, but it's not reacting to me setting the game up. Let me just see if I can do it another way, but I don't think I can. Sorry about this, real shame. I've got all of you logged in to play this game and I can't get it going. Maybe it's just too much with 100 and something people in. Actually, it may be just, let's just see, I can't. Just gonna refresh it and see if I can do it that way. I'll give it one last try because I'm running out of time anyway. Just trying to see if I can get the game going, but I don't think, oh, I can, yay, it's got going. But right, so the first questions come up onto the screen. Hopefully you can see that as well. And let me just see if I can screen share, but it's working very slowly, guys. It might be just simply because I've just got too many people online. I suspect it's my internet connection, to be honest with you. I don't think it's the problem with yeah, no. Yeah, it's not responding. Okay, 1 second. No, it's not responding, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to.
Hi,
No.
Russell.
Yeah, no.
Russell, don't worry.
Yeah,
I can
it's a
see you're
shame.
worrying now. I know you're upset that you'd like to do this activity.
Yeah.
With everybody.
Sorry, I'm going to come. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm not sure whether I get a funny feeling, to be honest with you, it's my internet connection because I've had a couple of problems this week with this as well. So I'm sorry about that. I can't do that last activity. Really, really sorry about that. 1 second, let's see if I can at least just wrap up the presentation then. Sorry, guys. It's what I have got though is a video to show you how to do that particular activity. So I'm just going to see if I can share screen and finish up. Okay, so just to make that really clear point. So those were the activities I went to go through. I couldn't go through the last one, but if you like that video that I used today, then if you go to the Black Cat website, that video is free. But what I've done, that video that you saw me with the poetry, and they've got lots more free content. What I've done is I've made a handout for you with everything there, including that link to that Black Cat video. So if you want the help videos that go with today's presentation, okay, then all you need to do is to write Russell, send me an email, russellhandout@gmail.com, russellhandout@gmail.com, put in the subject Black Cat and just write I am blah, blah, blah from blah, blah, blah. And the handout will show you a video, how to use Mentimeter, how to use Answer Garden, how to use Google Earth, how to use word wall, which I think a lot of you really like, and then how to use quizzes. And I'm really sorry that I've got problems here with that last one. It might have been just too many people logging in at the same time. I'm not sure, but there is a complete video that shows you how to use that technology as well. So please just email me, russellhandout@gmail.com. It's all automatic. Just write Black Cat, and you will get the link to the lovely video I showed you today from Black Cat and all their free material, plus videos from me, how to use all of the technologies I've just showed you, Answer Garden, Mentimeter, Word Wall, and quizzes, okay? And you can make use of that. And I'm really sorry there, guys, that at the end, I had a bit of trouble with the internet, and I really don't know why. I'm sorry about that. But anyway, hopefully that was useful to you.
Many thanks,
Okay,
Russell.
Steve, I'll just stop sharing now.
Thank you. Yeah, and I will just share my screen back again. Ooh. Okay. Okay. And let me just, well, you're receiving lots of great feedback in the chat box, Russell. So thanks for that. And thanks for such a wonderful session, by the way. Just excuse me for a second. Really, really informative, mate, with lots of great, simple technologies. I think that's what you started with at the beginning. You talked about how we should look to keep everything simple and just use some technologies, but use them technologies very well, rather than trying to be over complex with the kind of technologies that we use. Someone just mentions there, yes, simple use of technology is possibly the way forward, especially when teachers are jumping from one lesson to another and they don't have time to prepare an awful lot in between lessons. It's nice to have a real understanding of key vocabulary, key technologies that they can keep going back to time and time again. We do have some questions here, Russell. I hope you can still hear me.
I can, no problem.
Yeah, we do have a few questions that have come in since the start of the presentation. You know how much I like Google Earth as well. I think it's a great app myself, a great technology, a very simple technology to use. And something I didn't share with you before this session, Russell, the ministry here in Turkey announced the other day that students, we will now be going back to full-time online teaching from Monday next week. So I'm sure that some of these great simple ideas that you've mentioned will be very well used amongst the group that have joined for today. Google Earth for me is a winner every time, especially in lockdown. I don't like using that word so much, but especially during the pandemic, when restrictions have been placed on where we can go, when we can go, who we can go with. I think Google Earth is a great way of going to different places online with students, and almost, it's an old Jamiroquai album, but traveling without moving. I really like that idea of, although people and students are stuck at home, we can still take them and show them inspiring, interesting, weird, wonderful places online. Let's deal with some questions here. The first question from Sagha says, there are times that I try to introduce some new technology, but my students end up being confused and not interested. And they say they want to go back to what they are used to. What should I do in that situation?
Sorry, Steve, can you repeat the question again?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it has been emphasized during this session about keeping everything simple, the KISS approach. But Sagha says there are times when she tries to introduce new technologies, but her students end up feeling confused or disinterested. And they say they want to go back to how things were before and what they were used to using before. What should I do in that situation?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, the key thing is, and you saw me do it a little bit today, what I do when I'm going to present a new technology is I actually show the students themselves how to use the technology. So I log in twice. When you're working on a computer, and it only takes a little bit of confidence, one good thing is the browsers don't talk to each other. So for example, you saw me do it today. I logged into Mentimeter on Google Chrome, and then I played the game using a different browser, using Microsoft Edge. And by doing that, it means that I can actually show the students, well, this is what I want you to do. One of the things is we now know, okay, and it's always something that you know, students aren't that good with technology. We always used to say, oh, the students know more than the teachers do. We now realize that isn't true. Students are good at what they're good at. They're good at sharing Instagram. They're good at doing things that they do with their friends, but they're not necessarily good at doing the things that we want to do with technology in education. So whenever you try and do something, and I did it today with you with almost every technology apart from the first one, I showed you how to answer garden. I showed you how to do a Mentimeter. I showed you how to do a word wall. And the reason I could do that is because I kept making the game, sharing the link to the game, opening it up in a different browser, and then showing the students exactly what I was doing, so that you actually saw me do the game before I asked you to do it. And that's really the trick.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Yeah, great. Julia Oja has asked if you can recommend any games for very young learners, possibly for maybe pre-primary or even primary age learners, if you can suggest anything to point teachers in that direction for younger learners.
Yeah, well, the website I showed you today, Wordwall, can definitely work with really young learners, okay? It really is often, there's like whack-a-mole, and there's like a couple of kind of game-based activities there. So that's a nice start. If you work with Wordwall, you can actually use it in pretty low levels. I'm not such a fan of really using technology with super low level students. It's not low level, but young learners. It's not really my specialization, I'm afraid. You know, I generally work with sort of from primary or from about 10 upwards, but certainly Wordwall is being used with pretty young learners. That's all I can say, but I'm afraid it's not really my specialist area.
Okay, thank you, Russell. And the last question, Chelil asks, you've just experienced the internet connection problem there, and what would you advise to teachers in unexpected connectivity issues or situations like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously sometimes there is no solution. So, I mean, today I was doing things in the background to alleviate the problem. Part of the problem in my case was probably that I had so many things open and then the cache. One thing I would be, honestly, if I was doing a lesson and when I'm doing a lesson, is I try not to use too many technologies in one lesson. So I mean, obviously today I wanted to throw lots of things at you and really fast. I mean, we weren't looking at, for example, what you'd produced and then doing something with it. So when we did the answer garden, I never asked you to do an activity with the answers. When we did the activity with Mentimeter, I never really got you to then look at your answers and say, pick the best ones. So what I'm saying to you is, when you're really working with technology in a class situation, think about, what do you do before you start to use the technology? So how do you build into it? What do you do during the activity? And then what do you do with the content that you've got the students to produce? And this is a massive issue. So in other words, in reality, in a lesson, I might do one Mentimeter activity plus one answer garden, or one Google form plus one. So I use a lot fewer technologies. That tends to make the internet work a lot better, because you're not throwing loads of technologies that could be, for example, what's probably happened today is the cache gets full, or you're just using too many technologies with your students. So manage the technologies that you are going to use really well. I think that's the first thing that I would definitely say to students. And then the other thing that you can do is, if you have, for example, a series of activities where you share a link and you're getting the students to click on the link, or for example, in a Google Doc, have some material prepared. So if you've got problems sharing the content through Zoom or through Microsoft Teams, if they've already got that Google Doc, for example, you might have shared it in Edmodo or shared it in Google Classroom, then you can send the students off to do activities on there. And that takes a little bit of pressure off you, in terms of you're the one who's doing the delivery and the one who's delivering all the technologies through Zoom. Because one problem with all of these technologies when we're working with them is that we're screen screen sharing them, and that's actually quite heavy. So the more time that you're actually away from Zoom or away from Microsoft Teams and not screen sharing, the less pressure you're putting on the internet. Also, the other thing is, and we all did really well, I know the way that we set it up today, think really carefully when you ask about students actually using their webcams. So you don't want the webcams coming on too much. Webcams and screen sharing are the two things that take up a lot of internet time. So internet energy, space. So the best thing to do is when you're presenting, to get the students to turn off their webcams. Only get them to put the webcams on when they need to. It's very, very hard to give you a conclusive answer, because there is no conclusive answer, but those things help a little bit.
Thank you, Russell. Yeah, there's lots of comments coming in about having a B plan or a C plan or a Z plan. And I think that's the same with classroom and face-to-face teaching as well, right? That we can always experience technological problems in a face-to-face classroom. For example, the smart board not opening up, the digital eye tools not configuring correctly. I think we live these even before teaching online. And yes, having something in your pocket, I'm a great believer of that, of having an activity in your pocket which requires no technology, which requires no handouts, just a very simple activity that you can just throw out there just as you're waiting maybe 2, 3, 4 minutes for the technology to kind of pop up and become alive again. Turgatoja says KISS with a double S. So I guess keep it super simple, I would say there, Turgut Oja. Thank you, Russell, for your input today, and thank you for being a part of this of Recharge for today. It's a great ending to what has been, I think, a really good day of sessions with lots of fantastic ideas that you can take away and reapply back into the classroom. Just before we finish, then, so here's the table for today. You can see now with Russell, we have finished today's schedule. And surprisingly, I think time has flown by today. Actually, it doesn't seem 9 hours ago since we began this morning. I'm going to take Russell's advice here. So as I was listening to Russell's session, I jumped onto Answer Garden. I am the new Russell Stannard now, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen, everybody. I can't do the accent, unfortunately. But what I'm going to do is, guys, I'm just going to ask you to just write a few words into Answer Garden. Let's just use Answer Garden for now, just to get some feedback from all of you. Just a few words on your feelings about today's Recharge event. So I'm just going to pop this little, I'm just going to pop the link there into the chat box. I hope you can see it there. Please jump onto Answer Garden now and just type in a few words of feedback for us, which we would love to hear from you. And then I'll share my screen and we'll gather that feedback in a moment. So as I said, just a few words describing the first day of the UES Recharge Summit for today. Just quickly pop them into Answer Garden. We'd be really interested in your ideas there. And then I'll share my screen now. I don't know how you do this so fluently, Russell. Bravo to you. I feel as though my sausage fingers hold me back slightly. So I'm just going to refresh this here and see if we've got any answers coming in. And just scroll down there. What seems to be happening? For some reason, I can't get the answers. There's the Answer Garden link. Sorry, guys, I've just put the link in the chat box again. Okay. Do just jump into that and put a few ideas into Answer Garden for us. I'll just refresh the page there. Wow, look at all this that's come up now. Excellent. So what do we have here? than everybody. So warm, friendly, fruitful sessions were great, inspiring, helpful, a massive reboot or a recharge perhaps, insightful, informative, sausage fingers. Somebody's written that down. I don't know why. Maybe I did that. Great and amazing, encouraging, happily tired. Yeah, I think we're all feeling a little bit exhausted now after being in so many sessions for today. So I'm just going to stop sharing that now and jump back into my PowerPoint. So guys, thank you for all of your participation in what's been a great first day of the UES Recharge Summit. Once again, I would like to thank all three of our plenary speakers from this morning, starting with Adrian, and then after lunch with Nikki, and then finishing finally now with Russell. What we've tried to do is to give you a variety of different kinds of talks, different styles of talks, offering different ideas, and then moving towards the end of today's session, moving more into the kind of the practical application of applying these in the classroom. As well as our plenary speakers today, I would really like to reach out and thank all of our wonderful concurrent speakers. So Ali Ashuri, Doigu, Sam, and then later on this afternoon, Amir, Ozge, and also Will for their invaluable contributions to the Recharge Summit today. And just as a reminder to you that we will be sending out e-certificates to all of you. So you'll receive e-certificates for the plenary sessions that you've attended today with Adrian, with Nikki, and with Russell. And then in addition to that, you will also get certificates for the concurrent sessions that you participated in as well. And then I would also like to again thank all of our wonderful publishers that we work with. Big thanks to Richmond, huge thanks to Macmillan, massive thanks to Helbling, super duper thanks to Highlights, and unbelievable thanks to Black Cat for bringing Russell along for today's final session. Here is the schedule for tomorrow, guys. The fun doesn't stop today, and we continue again tomorrow morning at the same time. So kicking off from about 9:45 in the morning, and we start with a plenary session with Lindsay Clanfield, and then we'll go back into workshops, and then we'll come back for 2 final plenaries in the afternoon. Now, there's, as well as being a technology expert, Russell Stannard also happens to have a fantastic singing voice. So I asked Russell kindly to bring the curtain down on today's summit with a short song. So Russell is going to join us and with his guitar, and he's going to play us out for today. Let me just find that. So guys, you're not just getting education here, we're also getting enjoyment at the end of it as well. So Russell, are you still there? Russell? Is he preparing his singing voice, perhaps? Russell? If we all shout loudly, maybe he will hear us. After 3, I want us all to shout as loud as possible, and hopefully then Russell will hear us. 1, 2, 3, Russell. Ha. Super. Don't be shy, Russell.
It's not working.
What's not working?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Yeah. So I'm just going to stop sharing again, Russell. And if you want to share.
No, I can't share as long as you can hear, because I can't. I don't think I can get my. I'm not. Let me try. I don't think I can. Internet.
Don't be nervous.
Really, no, I'm not nervous.
We're very sweet here in Turkey.
I can't get my my video working.
Okay, no problem then, Russell.
I can't get. Can you hear me though?
I can see you now.
Okay, it's not coming up on my screen, Steve.
Okay, well, we can hear you, we can see you, and we're just waiting for you to get your plectrum in your hand and to play us out, my friend.
Okay, I'll do a song from David Gray. Let's have a look here. Hopefully I'm far away enough from the screen. Beautiful song from David Gray. I don't know, can we screen share the lyrics? I don't know, let me see if I can screen share the lyrics for you. I might be able to do that. Let me have a look. Yes. Let's see if I can, or maybe not. Maybe I can. Let me see. Here we are. Let me try. I'm having enormous technical problem. Can you see that, Steve? Is that coming up?
Yes,
guys?
I think it's coming. We're getting the notification that you shared your screen, but we're still waiting for it to pop up. Ha!
No, I think I've got a lot of technical problems on the technology, Steve. Sorry.
It's here now. We can see it. This Year's Love by David Gray.
Right. I don't know if I can. I don't know. I don't know. This is love, big last. Heaven knows it's high time. I've been waiting on my own too long. It takes something more this time. Sweet lies, oh yeah. Before I open up my heart and fall, losing all control. Every dream's out my soul. When you kiss me on that midnight street, sweeping me off my feet, singing it loud, so sweet. This is loving with last. Heaven knows it's high time. I've been waiting on my own too long. It takes something more this time. Sweet lies, oh yeah. Before I open up my arms and fall, losing all control. Every dream's out my soul. And when you kiss me on that midnight street, sweeping me off my feet, singing loud, so sweet. And when you kiss me on that midnight street, sweeping me off my feet, singing loud, so sweet. Thank you. I don't know if you heard that.
Excellent, Russell. Look, you brought me to tears, you silly old man. Why have you done this to me? Okay, no problem, Russell. Great end. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for that. That's just amazing. We really, really enjoyed that. So thank you to you, and thank you to everyone for joining today. As a reminder, we are back tomorrow, guys, from 9:45 a.m. sharp. So in the meantime, have a lovely evening and take care of yourselves. Stay healthy and safe. And we're going to go again tomorrow from 9:45 in the morning. Just a simple yes or no in the Zoom chat. Will you be joining us tomorrow? Yes, no, might be, go away. Leave me alone. It's too late. I need coffee. Anything that you want to throw in there, we'd be more than happy to see. So lots of yeses, which is wonderful. Wonderful, guys. Excellent. Really pleased to see that. So thanks to everybody. It's been a great day. I think we've survived it with very minimal technology problems, actually, and it seems to have ran very smoothly during the day. And then finishing with Russell's beautiful song at the end there. So everybody, we wish you a really good evening, and we look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow morning from 9:45 right here. Okay, take care, everybody. Big kisses, and we'll see you again soon.